Where am I meant to be going here? Find the damaged component. Well, we saw this thing blow up, didn't we? Is it this one? One of these went boom. I may be dead. Dad, trust me. Falls off boat. Ah! That was brilliant. Welcome back. So I was just enjoying a very full cup of tea from my two-tone Squirrel TV mug. More than you get in a normal mug, I will say. Oh, hi. Yeah. Wait, so how does this game, like, how does this map work? Are we not getting a drought at all then? Like, I've been storing water on the basis that we're getting a drought, and it's day 13. You couldn't write that. That is amazing timing. 2 questions. Who are you, and why am I getting notifications from your live? It's popped up 3 times while I'm trying to type. Okay, so I'm the one that you're subscribed to on YouTube because you like my content. And you've got the YouTube app, and you've told it that it can notify you, and it's told you that I've gone live. So that's who I am. What about you? Who are you?
This game is testing my patience. I'm a very patient man, but this game...
Oh, say that again? What did you just say?
I am a very patient man.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. I'm Santa Claus, by the way, in case you didn't know. I'm not sure that the corner blocked by the bomb will survive. Well, here's the thing, right? Saying that 0.1 days before the bomb goes off is about as helpful as a chocolate fire engine. So, we'll find out in a minute. Amazing. Do you know, I bet there's absolutely nothing. Interesting. Roller coaster. Oh, why are you stopping?
Because I will tip over if I go off the edge.
Yeah, and I won't. Full of snad. There you go, have a bit of extra. Oh, now you decide to move out of the way.
Oh, that's no bit in the way with me.
I go round him and then he moves anyway.
Come on, children.
Worst case scenario, right? I can trash that bridge there. I'm not even convinced this is being used by very much, apart from one person. Who are you? Carl Farley. Carl Farley, the only person who uses this footbridge. He's like, I like this every morning. I like walking over this bridge and looking at the trains go by, you know? It's part of my exercise plan. I do like trains. Not in a weird way, just, you know, I just like trains. And then I go home and I watch YouTube videos of trains. Not in a weird way, but I do like trains. And that's Carl, ladies and gentlemen. Should name the bridge after him. There you go. Farley Bridge. Carl Farley Memorial Bridge. He's not dead. You can't have a memorial bridge for somebody that isn't dead. You gotta wait for him to die. Good grief. Do you hear that, Carl? How old are you? He's poor. Wait, hang on. He's uneducated, poor, or he's going to work? He's unemployed. He's unemployed, but he's going to work. Carl, is there something you're not telling us, my friend? Oh, he's going to the cemetery. We might well need the memorial bridge in a minute. Do you know what? We're like Costco. Look at this. Yeah, you want some grilled potatoes? We've got 2,400 of them. Bit of spadadoc. Bulk buy. Special discount for members this week. Ridiculous amounts of stuff. Potatoes, can't get them for love nor money. We just convert them straight away into grilled potatoes. There's no such thing as a potato in this map. Is there a fire in the industrial zone? Nope. Don't know what you're talking about. Nothing to see. What? Nothing to see here. Nope. Oh, look. The fire engine was on its way. He was stuck in traffic. Oh, look at this. It's such a lovely crossing, this.
Simon! Simon!
You have more power than I did.
That had to be done, didn't it? Like, could you pull me out?
Good afternoon, how are we doing? Happy Thursday to you all. Just check what day it is. It is Thursday, isn't it? Right, it's BusBound Day. You remember this, don't you? We played the demo a while back. I don't know when that was, blimey. When did we play BusBound demo? October 2025. That's when we last played this game. Yeah, we got the dev in then as well. Buses run on Thursday. I think so.
Happy Thursday, everyone. Scrove.
Yeah, we're going to get the devs on later as well. We'll answer your questions. Let's move things around on my desk. Guys. One. I've got one cream egg left.
Double top.
One cream egg. When do I eat it? That's the question. When do I eat it? I don't know when I'll get any more. It's not Easter anymore. Pretty dark. Henry, thank you for 117. Raz for 55. M. Sebe gifted a sub to BusBound game. Okay. Harry Potter with 42. El Plagiato over on YouTube with 18 months of peanut. You can eat it while bussing. You can't eat and drive. Scotty with 89 months. Ray Bay with double top. And Wargaming with 28. I can hear Bonnie barking. I think Mrs. Squirrel's still out. Eat half and then eat half of what's left and so on. Have you ever eaten a cream egg, Captain Flint? When you eat half of it, it's like the inside is exposed and it gets messy real quick. Where's Mrs. Squirrel?
111.
You never said it was easy. Certainly if you ate a quarter, you'd be in trouble. Monroe, thank you for 111 months. You can't start eating a cream egg and not finish it. I do tend to agree with that sentiment. In fact, you can actually do a cream egg in one go. I tend to eat half and then put the other half in though. That's how I generally do it. Right, I was just having a quick flick through the settings. We're on 4K, etc. I'm going to use the controller today so we can play in 4K. I've adjusted the first person point of view to 99.
123 months.
That seemed to work a bit
keep
better.
Up the great entertainment.
Impious, thank you for 123 months. Camera sensitivity and stuff I may tweak later. The only thing I'm thinking I might try out is this controller mode. Relative or absolute. So normally, like with the controller, when you move it, it'll start turning the wheel, and if you let go, it centers it. There is an option to have an absolute, where it measures the position of the controller and sets the wheel to that. I don't know if that will work well or not. I'll try it. What I was happy to see, I don't know where it was though, there was an option around stream safe music. That's always nice. That's always nice. Hence why we've got that music on. Right, let's do a new game. Choose a name for your public transport company. What did we go for last time? I can't remember the name of the company when we played the demo. Captain Flint, you must know. It must be in your log somewhere. Does the controller stick steer smoothly? We'll find out. Cream Egg Express. It's a bus company. Well, a transport company. I'm trying to think. Was it... It was something like... I'm trying to think. Was it something to do with always being late? You can't remember? Come on, Captain Flint. That was it. Well, no, it was something like that, Kian. It wasn't underfunded buses. It was something like that. Something funny. It's Friday. It's not Friday. It's Thursday. I wonder how many letters you can have. Or quite a few, blimey. On Time Transport Company Limited. Never. Would you like to play tutorial drive again? Yeah, go on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do the tutorial. If I remember, you start in a road and you drive into town. I need to remember the controls.
Well, the city council is finally on board. As of this moment, we officially have our very own bus service.
Garage is up and running too. Now all we need is a bus to drive.
How much do you know about this driver of yours, Chuck? Good vibes?
I have a good feeling about this hire, Jeff. I think they're going to take what we're building here and turn it into something great. Actually, this might be a good time to do a check. I'm putting in a call.
Oh, this is not a tutorial. This is a test. Right, accelerate. There we go.
Well, howdy there, stranger. You must be the bus driver I asked for. I'm Chuck. It's a pleasure.
Where's the HUD of information gone? Turn left. Yeah. Okay.
Using your indicators will come in handy when you want to change lanes or turn onto a new road. It will inform the other drivers of your intentions and make it safer for everyone.
Oh, hang on, slow down. Now it tells me what speed I'm doing. Let's go back in that lane. Is there a cruise control? I can't remember. Swap perspective. Oh yeah. Oh god. Okay, I'll get the hang of this in a minute. When you go external camera and you come back to first person, it should kind of center the camera. Hey, Zorik.
If I'm not mistaken, you should now see the city in the distance.
Oh,
Welcome
yeah.
to Amberville. Ain't it a beauty?
Just need to wheel. Yeah, it has wheel support. I'm going to try that absolute setting
Now,
later.
let's get you picking up some passengers. Some are waiting for you at the Hall of Fame stop.
Oh, that's cool. Digital display. No track IR cam. I've no idea. Right, where are we going? Traffic lights and right on red. Traffic lights in Emberville are mostly be found across a junction. You must stop at red traffic lights and cross from the green. You are allowed to turn right on red, but you must yield to traffic. Yeah, okay. Turn right on red's fine. Yeah, I like the little pop-up mirror, that's nice.
There you are. Just slow to a stop in the box on the right, labeled bus.
Okay. Now what? B. Poor positioning? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? It's outrageous. Okay, maybe it is poor. I'm not really sure why. Was that the right stop? I feel like nobody... I feel like we mounted the curb. You need one of those door levers. Yeah. Are we going left here? I set the, in the settings, you can turn off the, you know, the sat-nav guide. I've got it on reduced mode so it doesn't appear all the time. It just appears at intersections. I think it looks a bit better. Oh god, that's the wrong lane. Is there an option for the mirrors all the time? Not sure. Does it have track IR? I don't know.
Happy belated birthday, Paul. Cheers to all the great streams.
We can certainly ask the devs later. Ryback, thank you very much. Where are we going? I'm not stopping here. Thanks for 141 and thank you for tier 3, Ryback. Oh, it's a 20. Did I make a wrong turn? I think I might have done. Potato, thank you for Summer with Prime. I feel like we're just looping back to where I came from. Is that because I messed up the stop? I think it is. It's making me do it again. That's amazing. Right, let's try again.
Just popped in during work to up my sub. Shh, don't tell my bosses.
Right, can we get Kamikaze Pug's boss's email address, please? We need to let him know that he's slacking off. Oh, we're well behind now. Look at this.
We don't charge for bus tickets in Emberville. Our funding comes from the city council, based on how well our passengers think we're doing.
Free bus? Yeah. True Fury, and thank you for 39 months. I remember from the beta that you said this was based off a city, was it Memphis? I can't remember, we can ask them later. Is that a bug? James, thank you for 65 months.
Thanks for the amazing streams.
Looks like we're turning left.
It's always good to keep track of the route you're driving, the time of day, and the weather.
What does that say? Horn doesn't work, watch for finger. Okay. No idea which lane I need to be in. Just go for that one.
Can you believe this used to be a small mining town on the banks of the Ember River? Look at how far we've come.
The mining town, flipping heck. I have no idea where we're going.
Following the navigation system on the road will always show the route you should be taking.
Uh-oh. We're going right, apparently. Nice. Oh, God. The city's clean. Yeah. We've not had any misbehaving passengers yet. Annual art exhibition. I wonder what the traffic's like. Like, do they have rush hour traffic and stuff? Yeah, there's wheel support in the settings. But, you know, we'll get the devs on later, ask them any questions then, like what wheels does it support, etc.
Okay, now you've got the hang of things. I've given you manual control of the speed limiter. Try it out, if you like.
Okay, down, retarder, retarder. Speed limiter. Maximum retarder. Devs put a post on Steam about the wheel support of Honor Rabbit. Okay, what did the post say?
Looks like this driver is not paying attention. Go around it, or honk to get the truck moved out of the way.
Oh, hang on, how do we honk? Left stick.
That was really quite rude.
Is that because I honked 3 times? Oh yeah, it's speed limiting me now. That's cool. There's the bus depot.
This is it, the bus depot. Home sweet home. Let's deliver these people to the bus stop, and then I'll show you around the office.
Wait, where do we go in? We stop in here. There you go, you can walk to the curb. Maiden voyage. Right, tutorial complete. Wait a minute, can you actually see what you just... Oh, look at that, that's cool. Two likes, 2 passengers. RB to zoom in. There you go, that's the journey we just made. Go to office. How big a map? I don't know, Jace.
This is the office, where we run our operation from. Quick access to the garage and managing all our bus lines.
Multiplayer mode.
Around. The rest of the team will introduce themselves as you stumble across them.
Wildcat, thank you for 7 months. James, thank you for 65. Okay, upgrade the tracks. Collect all likes for Ember Bus Depot on line 103, downtown transfer. Collect all likes for Frontier Station on line 103, downtown transfer. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, though, like, what I want to know is, the multiplayer, do you see the other drivers, or is it like you just drive the route? I don't know, Roy. We'll find out. Garage, what's in here? The Excelsior 40-foot clean diesel. The diesel 40-footer. The Bluebird Sigma. Was that what we were just in? I think it was in a Bluebird. The hydrogen 40-foot Gen 2. Start free roam. Custom. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Oh, that's classic, that is. I like that. Upgrade Belvedere to earn a star badge to get this bus stop. Okay. Double decker! We've got a double decker! $60-foot FC XHE. Blimey. You got the bendy buses, you got your double deckers. What else have you got? Oh my. Oh, I remember that. That was in the demo. Electric 40-footers. They got electric buses in Chelmsford now. Electric bendy bus. Look at this. Electric and a diesel. Right, that's the garage.
Thanks for great content. You're the best.
Thank you, Steve-O. Thanks for 18 months. Driver's guide. Turn signals, whatever. Time of day and weather. Each district has more or less traffic and pedestrians based on the time of day. Okay. Ash Tree is all about schools, so it peaks in the morning and is quite empty when it's late. Passengers also want to get to different districts depending on the time of day. For example, at night you will get more passengers going to and from parties in the strings, while the tracks will have very little rider demand at night. Rainy weather leads to reduced traffic and increased travel time due to reduced speeds and increased safety concerns. You can use this knowledge to pick your route strategically. During rain, there is less traffic, so you might have an easier time driving through districts that are otherwise clogged with traffic. Wait, what? That's basically saying you don't need to drive the bus route. You can take some shortcuts. Keep driving to get a feeling of how the city changes based on weather and time of day. Depending on where you are in and around Emberville, this will help you make the right decision to progress more quickly. When approaching yield and stop signs, you must give way to other drivers and pedestrians. Yeah. Speed bumps. While typically on roads with a 20-mile limit, driving at that speed might be too fast to pass over them smoothly. Okay. Andy.
4 years school hype school party.
Thank you for 4 years, Andy. Expert bus driving. When taking turns, try to go straight into the intersection, then pivot smoothly. Bus mastery. Every bus comes with one or more bus masteries to put your skills to the test. They introduce various challenges such as collecting high amounts of thumbs or achieving perfect positioning with bus stops. Okay. After completing the first set of masteries of a bus, another set becomes available. Complete them all to be worthy of being called a true bus master. Your goal. Service Emberville. Your goal is to establish a bus service in every district of Emberville. Serve bus stops to collect likes. After collecting all for a bus stop, you earn a badge. This unlocks rewards such as customizations, line extensions, and more bus stops and additional perks. Okay. Bus stops are grouped by district. After earning the star badge on every bus stop in a district, the district will upgrade. Upgrade districts to earn new buses and evolve its road layouts and landmarks. Okay. For now, most bus stops are locked. To unlock them, you must collect all likes of a bus stop, which rewards the locked stops. Oh my god, look at that. Opening bridges. Various bridges lead across the Ember River and Cinder Branch all over Emberville. Unfortunately, they're frequently subject to maintenance work. Certain bus stop can help speeding up the work and reward opening those bridges. Multipliers. Increase the amount collected with your multipliers displayed as X in the bottom right of your HUD. Wait, how do you activate the multiplier? Or is it just random on a stop? Earning a star on the badge will unlock the district upgrade. Connecting your lines to upgraded districts is a good way to get a fuller bus. Drive modifiers. You can activate drive modifiers before starting a line to make a drive more challenging. In multiplayer sessions, all players use the same drive modifier. So basically, you can activate multipliers before you start. Multiplier gets filled as you continue driving safely and perform good actions. If you crash, it decreases. I won't crash. Line editor basics. Okay. Stats, drives. You can also establish a bus service in every district of Emberville. Okay. After earning a star badge in every bus stop in the district will upgrade. Got that.
Hey, I'm Tay. I basically lobby the city council to let us make all the cool changes we want around here. I sell them the ideas. This is where you pick what lines to drive and manage your bus network. You just do what you want and let me take care of the rest.
I won't crash, Andy. I guarantee it. Terms and conditions apply. Add a line. We need to add a line? We've already got a line here, haven't we? Do we just drive the line then? New flyer, Excelsior 60-foot charge NG, Diplodocus Universal Pack, unlock a drive modifier. That's our reward for unlocking Belvedere. And we have a stop in that district. Hang on, I don't see a stop in this district here. I see one in this one. I don't see one in this district here. There's only one for that bit. Should we be adding a stop here? Unlocked it later. Okay. Select a line to drive. That one? Start the drive at the depot. Auto switch direction. What does that mean? Start driving. Okay, so we're going to choose the vehicle. Collect a total of 250 for the stops for that one. Right, which one do you fancy, guys? Oh, we're going to go with this. Decision made. I'm driving that. 34 passengers. 36 seated. Oh, look at this. This is amazing. this is proper old school. Analog dials and everything, look at this. Listen to the indicator. Right, does that delta mean plus 5 seconds? Tony's cars. Have I ever seen Speed? Yeah. Was that a nightclub or something we just passed? Oh, this doesn't want to turn. That did not want to turn. Right, 20-mile-an-hour zone. According to that schedule at the top, we are 40 seconds ahead, I think. Speed bump? Barely felt it. What speed bump? Perfect stop. Gold star. My passengers are very happy. Oh, the old school bell. We're arriving almost a minute early.
Very smooth driving.
Oh, we're getting all the likes. I don't know if it's supposed to Mors at will. We can ask the devs later. Wait, were we going straight on?
Yeah.
No, I'm just using a controller. It's supposed to trucking wheel from Moser, there you go. Mr. Chippy, thanks for 42 months. Turn right on red. Where's that passenger gun? Oh, there she is. I thought she was going to cross the road then. I don't know, I didn't see it, Fungi. can hear a scooter. Either that or a chainsaw. It is a very old school bus, I love it. Whoa, buddy. I didn't turn it off on Amici. If it's not on screen, it means something's broken. Thank you, 42, Mr. Chippy. This is a weird junction. Expertly handled. That was acceptable, but not great. Ooh, slow down. Wow, that guy just blasted through that junction. I'll have a look at her in a sec on Amici. Was it working before? Or just has it been doing it all afternoon? That's better. Oh, there's the truck again. See if we can move him. If only if it was that easy. Whoa. That's a bit dangerous. I wonder if that's the whole lap. It might be. There we go. Collected all the likes for this bus stop. Nice. Drive a line without receiving any negative reaction. Smooth operator Steam achievement unlocked. Shift complete. Right, what's that got us? Okay, so we've unlocked a stop. It's a lovely bus. I really love that bus. Right, go to the office. Alright, go to the office. Are there real life locations? I think the city's based on something. Connect Emberville Industrial Park to a line. Okay. Stats. Okay, so that will unlock the electric 40-footer.
Thanks for all the great streams.
You're welcome, Grumpy. Thank you for 15. Drives. Connects Emberville Industrial Park. You may unlock new bus stops for collecting likes. Add it to the bus stop to the network now by selecting one of your existing lines and then entering edit. Okay. It sounds like we're going to be doing a night one.
Thanks for the amazing content.
Bearded Viking, thank you for 2 months. Now then, that's interesting. So it looks like we've got 2 lines here. Downtown Transfer and Phoenix Line, which is a lot longer. The only thing I'd say about Phoenix Line is it takes a big long route down here with no bus stops on it, which kind of feels pointless for us right now. The one we need to get connected is this one. But if you go into here, you probably have to remove that stop for now. Let's go to that edit line. Use lines if you want to expand your network. Look out for unconnected bus stops and then add the lines to progress. Want to insert a bus stop in between 2 bus stops on a line. First create a waypoint by interacting with any road on the map. This inserts a waypoint which we can then turn into a bus stop. Drag and drop a new waypoint onto the bus stop you wish to insert. Okay.
This is where you can add new lines and adjust the ones you already support. I know it might be a bit overwhelming, but I promise it's easy.
Well, she would say that, wouldn't she?
The lines we have are on that list to the left. If you can support more, you can just add to the end of it.
If we've already got
Since we don't have a big bus fleet, we're keeping the lines limited to a smaller number of stops. Fully servicing some key bus stops will allow us to make a good case for increasing that number. You can use these waypoints to build a line, and if you place one of them on a stop, that stop will be added to the line. The details are all on the left here.
Okay, so I'm thinking we don't need this stop because we've maxed it out. So why don't we remove that and put it there instead? Can we just drag that to there like that? Uh-oh. Now I've busted it. Drag it back. Insert a waypoint. Drag the waypoint to the stop. Okay. Can we just remove waypoints? Remove waypoint. Can we send it down here somewhere? The stops to the stars a lot more passengers to your bus. Oh, so I'm better off keeping that one. I thought because it was starred, we're better off leaving it, but maybe not. Okay. Emberville was number 1. Phoenix High. Emberville Industrial Park, then to Belvedere Elementary. What's that one? Then to Theodore Boulevard, Frontier Station, and then Emberville Bus Depot. And then we seem to have Emberville Industrial Park again. I think I must have an extra one here. I feel like I've doubled up. How do we get rid of that? I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Uh-oh, I've deleted most of the line now. How do we add that back? Right, how do we just reset this? Discard. Let's start that again. Edit line.
I'll let the council know we're making network changes.
So we want to add a waypoint here and drag it to there. Okay, so that still has it at the start and end, so that must be correct then. I thought it was doubling it up, but I think that's correct. Select line, color, and name. Apply. Start driving. We're going that one again. I like that, boss. It's a loop service. It's at night. Nice. There's a load of people here. What did he say? Something industrial park? The bus lines are too short. They are at the moment. But that's because we're limited to the map, aren't we? They'll get bigger. You've got to start somewhere. Is BusBound the one from Sabre? Yes. Come on, buddy, get on the bus. Belvedere Elementary, he said. I love the way the passengers get so excited. Whoa, he nailed that stop sign. Come on, some of us want to turn right on red here. Deep fried happiness. There you go. That's what that is.
Very pleasant driving.
Yeah. Absolutely. We aim to please.
Yeah.
Alright, we're going to get the devs on now, guys. Let me just make this stop.
A very smooth ride.
Oh. Thank you, sir. Thank you. There we go. Right. Okay, so the next 2 hours of the stream, guys, is kindly sponsored by Saber Interactive, just to let you know. And as part of that, we're going to be getting the devs on as well. They've arranged all of that, which is awesome. The game is out today. I don't think it's out just yet. But the game is out today on Steam, Epic, and PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, I think. We did play the demo back in October, if you remember. But obviously now the full game's out. I don't know how big the map is, etc. I know there's like 19 or 20 vehicles, something like that. But the devs are going to be coming on now, and they can tell us about the game, and then you can ask them anything you like. Ask them about steering wheel support, how big's the map, what's the future plans, anything and everything. The game's out now, perfect. I wasn't sure, because on Steam it said at 11 o'clock it was releasing in 6 hours. And that, which wasn't right, because that would have been 5 PM. Anyway, let me ping them on Discord. Oh, okay. Right, so Thomas is ready and Flo is ready, so I'm going to call them now. I put myself on voice hack. What I am going to do, guys, is put the overlays onto. I'm going to mute them, so basically people subbing, we don't get the interruption. So just bear that in mind. I'm going to be muting the alerts temporarily. Let me refresh that. Okay. Might put myself on push to talk. There we go. Right, let's give him a call. Hello.
Hello.
Is that Thomas?
Yes.
Hello, hello. Is that Flo?
Hello.
Okay. Good to have you guys here.
Good to be back.
Yeah, you joined me in, was it October, Flo?
Yeah, exactly. I don't even remember the month, but yeah, when the demo came out.
Yes. Right. So do you want to just briefly introduce yourselves and like what part you play in BusBound?
Yeah, Tomas, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Tomasz, and I'm the one who made all the buses move around and made sure that everything is set up. Basically going from the 2D sketches and references through 3D art, and then making sure that everything is properly animated and then implemented in the game, set up the physics, driving feel, and then in some cases for our Horizon buses, even made the designs how the buses should look, since Horizon is our fictional brand that we have created for BusBound. We had the liberty of making them however we pleased. So, for example, the one that you're driving on or in at the moment is based on a real bus, slightly adjusted for our needs and designed by us.
I love this bus, by the way. I think it's awesome.
We figured that something more classic
Oh, yeah.
is not that common in games, so we wanted to branch off a little bit when we have the freedom.
I totally agree with that. And Flo, can you remind us what it is that you do?
Yeah. So my two biggest roles in the game, early on I was involved in a lot of feature related stuff, so all the things like how the farms and your multipliers work and how you progress, how passenger amounts increase and so on. I've been very involved in the design of this stuff, and later on very involved in figuring out how districts should change when you upgrade. Been heavily involved in map work and like how the road flows work and how they change and so on. So game and level design is, I guess, how people would call it in the industry.
Amazing. Right, so between us playing the demo back in October, I think it was, and now, has anything like changed in terms of gameplay or bus design? Like, did you guys make any big decisions that changed things?
Ooh, I think like we didn't want to deviate too much what I want to say sold to people in the demo. So it's not like, I think the interface is gonna be rather familiar. We took a lot of feedback from the demo to yeah, make things more accessible. There was actually anecdotally, there's been a lot of people struggle to switch between third and first person. We realized, hey, we don't have a proper button binding exposed. So like there have been a lot of bug fixes like that. This is a very fun, unexpected issue that happened a lot. But beyond like these minor things, we adjusted some numbers here and there for sure. But you know, like in the demo, there was also limited space that was anyways accessible. So we already had also custom numbers and whatnot for how districts upgrade at what pace and so on already for the demo. So they were not the final ones anyways.
Yeah.
So many things happened. Hard to, it's gonna be like basically impossible to tell though, I think from the demo to the final game, honestly.
So tell us about like the game then, in terms of what's in it. Like, how big is the map? What can you unlock? How many buses, etc. Just tell us about like the high level stuff.
How many buses are there, Tomasz? I don't.
So in the base game, we have 17 different buses.
Right.
Then we have a pre-order bonus, which is the Horizon Hydrogen that you've checked out
Right.
some minutes ago, and then this is the Horizon Speed, which is a deluxe edition bonus with a couple more buses coming in the future, DLCs as part of the bus pass. And what we focused on compared to our previous titles, let's say, is that every bus should feel unique, and you should feel a difference between driving a diesel bus, electric bus, how the bendy bus or articulated bus handles compared to a standard size or even a minibus like the Latenda Electric, which is very nimble and something that you can easily navigate through the old city or narrow streets, whilst a big articulated bus is something that you maybe want to use on a long route. So we have focused a lot on the driving feel, and it gives a bit more meaning for switching buses and progression throughout the game.
Yeah, I think I've only driven like 2 buses so far, so I can't attest to that, but I will try the electric stuff later and the bendy stuff and the diesel. But it drives quite smoothly at the moment. Oh, there's a double decker in there as well, isn't there?
Yeah, we have a Sightseer double decker available as well. That one shouldn't tip over unless you are really skillful, crazy driver.
Are you saying that it can tip over?
If you try enough, yes, it
Okay.
can. As a real bus, if you try really hard in that one, it will also tip over.
I remember seeing on YouTube like some really like videos from the 60s where they took the London double-decker bus on a ramp and they show you what angle it can go before it eventually tips over. And it's quite crazy how far you can tip them over.
Yeah, I think it's similar to like sailing boats. You would be surprised how crazy the angle needs to be for them to tip.
And of course, everybody in chat is now taking that as a challenge that they're going to try and tip the bus over.
Obviously not our intention.
But if someone wants to make a speedrun category for it.
Oh, so I could just finish.
But yeah, I mean, related to your other questions, man, I don't remember exact numbers on the map size because numbers with aerial measurement and whatnot are pretty hard. But I'm pretty happy still about it because the crazy thing for us was there's on almost every occasion, like or almost every location, so to say, is these two layers that we kind of have, which I don't think I give anything away at this point. That the districts can change, right? I think it's been a very prominent marketing feature and whatnot, and so it's kind of a lot of stuff that you kind of need to create two maps. It's not quite that crazy, but at occasions here and there, it is kind of like creating two maps, which is like you think it's double the amount of work. It's actually more than that because also managing the logistics around that was quite the challenge on top. But I think overall we're pretty satisfied with the size of the map. Maybe it can even expand in the future. Let's see. I don't know, but you tell me if you get bored too fast.
So, well, this what I'm looking at on the map screen, where you've got like you've got the main districts, then the river, and then you've got another district on the other side, and then another river, and then is that the whole thing there? Is that all of it?
That was you can so far see. Yeah, that is our Emberville, so to say.
That's the Emberville. So, do you think there might be plans later to sort of connect this city to another city and future expansions and things like this, and then drive between them, or do you just gonna expand Emberville?
I would put it this way: I mean, we've built this map, right? Which over time, we accelerated a bit in creating certain bits. So theoretically, we have, of course, the capabilities to expand it. That's everything I think I can say to that question for now.
I think I can expand on it a little bit because we have it on the Steam page that we certainly plan to make it a bit bigger. Yeah. How much we cannot say at the moment, but there are plans for expanding.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just choosing my next vehicle. Would you recommend any of these 5 that I can drive? I think I've tried the Horizon. I've got a 40-foot Gen 2, a Sigma Bluebird, a diesel 40-foot, and a clean diesel 40-foot.
That since you drove the Speed, which is a diesel in heart, the hydrogen could be a nice change of pace.
The hydrogen it is. I like the fact that you've got your own little achievements on each bus as well. That kind of encourages you to try different vehicles. Oh god, it's raining. I don't put the wipers on. There we go.
Yeah, like we wanted to find some incentive for you to try out more buses, right? Because of course on the one hand you're just curious about the vehicles, right? But I think especially to people who are not super deep into the simulation space, it's like for a lot of people it's just okay, a bus is a bus, right? So you give them incentive to try out new stuff, and you will actually then discover, as Tomasz described before, they drive actually quite differently, and have their usefulness and their lesser usefulness in these and that areas. But yeah, you need to figure that out somehow, and the master is trying to nudge you into that a bit.
Straight away driving this hydrogen bus, it does feel very different. The first thing I noticed was the engine retardation. It feels a lot stronger.
Yeah, I mean, in the diesel buses, we try to still make you use the brakes, whilst in electric and hydrogen buses, it sort of works like in a EV car, where if you lift off the accelerator, it will slow down a little bit more compared to the diesels.
It definitely does, but you can adjust it, can't you? Because there's like you can adjust the retarder.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So the same way as on the diesel, you can change the level of braking. The recuperate is also something that can be changed on the hydrogen and electric.
So what sort of weather systems have we got? We've obviously got rain, sunshine. Have we got snow, ice? I think I saw a thunderstorm just.
Yeah, it's not. So you can find, I think, the to be expected weather in sunnier seasons. I would say there's no wintry stuff in there, so no snow. But yeah, we have like crazier thunderstorms. We have like the slight rain. We have foggy shifts, very sunny days, cloudy days. Yeah, everything like weather-wise you can expect on almost any day. I would say is kind of in there.
Okay. And in terms of like platforms and stuff, it's PlayStation 5, isn't it? Xbox X and S, PC and Steam and Epic. Is that right?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay. And what, in terms of like controllers and stuff, obviously I'm using a PlayStation controller. I know it supports Xbox controller. What about wheel support?
So we have created a list of wheels that are officially supported, which means there is a preset for the wheel already in the game. So it should be as easy as just launching the game with the wheel plugged in, and the game recognizes it, and that's it. You don't have to do much more. However, on PC, there are loads of other hardware that will be compatible with the games. So, for example, if we have one wheel listed from a company on PC, it is very likely that the others will work as well. The player just needs to make their own preset, so assign what is which button doing. But in theory, most hardware should be supported this way out of the box.
Okay, so if you don't have a preset for it, you can just make your own and map the buttons.
Yes, exactly. As long as the game recognizes, which, as we tested a couple of unsupported wheels, it should in most of the cases, then you can set it up yourself.
And there's questions about the farm sim panels and that kind of thing. So can you use like generic controls with buttons on them and just map buttons?
Yeah, as far as I know, if it's using controller input, you should be able to just set it up and bind it yourself. Again, the game will not have a preset by default, so you will have to go through the settings and then say this button controls this. But it should not be limited just to official hardware, but also if you are a tinker and build yourself a button box, let's say from Arduino, that should be also pretty much supported with the manual assignment.
Okay. Pipeline, there are articulated buses, the bendy buses in the game, and there's a double-decker bus. And I think you mentioned that there's more buses coming in future?
Yeah, so in the future we plan to have a thematic bus for each of the expansion. So let's see for the future once those get out, what those might be. And there is also plan for a brand-specific DLC expanding on the US lore, or rather, getting you another US brand of buses.
Okay. Question for you. Where can we get a list of the supported wheels and controllers, etc., so that my mods can just give people a link to what's supported?
So on
sure
PC, we have a Steam community post. I'll dig it up and send you a link.
Okay.
Can I send it here on Discord, or should I send it through stream?
Well, Discord is fine. Is that it, Chris? Is that the post? One of my mods has found something. I don't know if it's the right link.
That's the post. That's the one.
Okay, perfect.
I'm pretty sure you can. We posted the same thing also on our Discord. I saw it yesterday, maybe even today, I think. So I think it's been propagated at this point.
And then somebody else was asking about, does it have like eye tracking or head tracking support?
Not at the moment, which makes it kind of sound like I'm giving anything away here. Like it doesn't, at least not currently today at launch. That's might be unfortunate to some, but yeah, it's unfortunately not supported quite yet.
Okay. Oh god, I just cut a corner. Can you talk about the multiplayer then? Like, how does that actually work?
Oh yeah, I'm actually super happy about it. So, because it's always kind of interesting to design a multiplayer for these kinds of games, because as a bus driver, it's not like something you do together, generally, in terms of the fantasy.
Yeah.
But so we wanted to kind of give people this feeling of being part of a fleet, and the way you started, just going from a technical perspective, first of all, is quite simple. Like in your office, you can just start a multiplayer game. There's even a button map to it, and you have a menu in the bottom center for it, and you invite your friends like through whatever you're using. If you're on Steam, like your Steam overlay will open, and you can invite your friends there to join your session, and they will then play on your save game. Whoever basically opens the multiplayer game, you will basically invite people into your save game to help you progress. So you can then also return the favor for other people later on. And when you play multiplayer, you can also see like the occasional update here and there of what happens on other people's route. So if like it just happened to you, you just went over a speed bump quite smoothly, other people will get that little pop-up when you do something nice or you do something bad. And it's caused some nice conversations when we watch people play and so on. It's very fun to complain if other people don't perform or stuff like this. There's a certain comedic aspect to it, but it's also especially a certain community aspect that is very nice about it, that you see, hey, people are doing stuff here. You also see their dots on the map when you plant lines together. That is actually probably my favorite feature in multiplayer. Like the person that hosts the multiplayer can obviously modify the lines like you can in single player, and other people that join your game, they can watch you. They even see which line you're currently editing, and you can kind of also plan the network together, and then everyone can pick a line. You can drive the same line or drive the same one in different directions or drive completely different stuff. So either you hang out together on the map or maybe you just cross each other at certain points. There's a lot of variety how you then can drive the map together.
Okay, that's got more than I expected it to have, to be honest. I mean, the fact that you can see the host editing the line makes it so much more easier to discuss, like how we're going to plan the network out, like you say.
Yeah, it was a wild thing. Like we kind of just ran into some bugs figuring out how to even communicate that a line is getting edited at the moment. And then at one point somebody like put a unique effect over the line, so it looks like a construction of barrier, so to say. And we looked at it and it was like, this is awesome. Like, now I can see that you edit this line, and everything changed. It was kind of like a feature by accident to some degree.
Yep.
And immediately everyone noticed how awesome it is as soon as it happened.
Definitely.
So yeah, it's a big win.
Yeah, and the fact that you can also see each other driving around, that's also pretty big as well. I mean, I appreciate you won't see each other very often, but when you do, it's quite cool.
Yeah, like it depends on, you know, the kinds of lines you build. If you have like smaller lines that meet a bunch. Or, I mean, like I said, you can also just, you know, you probably saw that you can switch directions on lines. So, like, if you're in two-player and you want to meet at least once during a drive, just drive in opposite directions.
Yeah.
That's a nice little hack there. Or, yeah, drive the same direction even. Then you're just behind each other. So some people like that, to just hang out on the map. But other people don't want to have the convoy. So, whatever your preference, the game offers it.
Oops, I think I've just curbed the bus.
Yeah, this is certainly something that we have noticed happening, especially with this hydrogen low floor bus. So in order to have a nice boarding experience, it is slightly lower. However, this is fixed in upcoming patch.
Fair enough.
It just isn't a nice experience to crash into some curbs when driving.
Yeah, well, the passengers on the street didn't seem to appreciate it either. My dog.
I mean, I guess they were glad that you crashed into the curb instead of, you know.
Well, like you say, it's got a super low floor on it. So can you tell us about the actual buses, like when you was looking at all the buses that you could put in the game? Obviously, you would have done your research as to different kinds of electric or hydrogen or anything else. Like, what made you choose the buses that you did?
Yeah, so partially it is dictated by the brands that were willing to cooperate with us. Whilst we would want to provide as many licensed buses as possible, some brands do not appreciate buses or their vehicles being put into game.
That's crazy to me.
Some brands do not understand that it's a free advertisement, essentially. Yeah. So, for example, there are some North American brands that we would love to have in the game, as they have a huge, let's say, huge amount of market share. But the cooperation didn't work out. But we are super glad to have New Flyer on board, which is one of the biggest North American brands to have. So that made the lineup fairly limited in the license space. But for the unlicensed buses, we looked at what is quite common in the US, what is common in EU, and how can we merge it a little bit together so that we put some standards from. So looking at the Horizon lineup, for example, in the US, it is not as common to have many doors on a bus. Usually it's the standard 2. In Europe, it is sometimes more often that you have 3 doors. So we have looked at the US buses and thought, how can we change it a little bit, spice it up? So, for example, that's a reason why the Horizon buses at least in their 40-foot variants, have more doors than what would be common. But then we looked at what can we do within the city, what is the layout of the city, and then how can we make the lineup different for each of the districts. So throughout the game, you will upgrade the districts, and as a reward for that, you will also unlock a bus model. So here you unlock the Horizon Electric as part of the upgrade of Transport District. And we wanted to make you feel that you're helping the environment in this case, and we feel that the electric bus would help with the transportation in the city, potentially a bit more than having another huge diesel bus that's just polluting the air. So in each of the district, the reward is different, and the bus type is based on fitting the vibe of the district, how many passengers you need to carry around, or if it is a tighter district with narrower streets, then you maybe get a smaller bus, whilst if it is a high capacity, high demand district, you get a articulated bus as a reward. So the lineup was partially dictated by the map and partially by the brands that were willing to be featured in the game.
Yeah, I remember many years ago when SCS had their trucking game and they were trying to get real brands to work with them. And I remember them telling me the same thing that you just told me, where some of them are just unwilling to work with a game developer and put their vehicle in the game. I just find the whole concept bizarre, but yeah, it's a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and funny you mentioned SCS, because I have heard a story that one of the brands, and not to name, just to be sure, got actually approved almost as an accident, that the son of the CEO was playing the game and was complaining that why isn't your truck in the game? And only then they were willing to actually negotiate and figure out a licensing deal.
Yeah, I think in the very early days it was it did come about like that. Somebody that played the game, I think it was their mother or father, was in the company, and that's how they got the contact to get it sorted out. And of course, once you've got one or two manufacturers in, sometimes the rest start to follow because they don't want to miss out on having their vehicles in the game. But in the early days, it is difficult.
Yeah, and obviously BusBound is a new IP, so then getting everyone on board is slightly harder compared to having a long-standing brand.
Yeah, definitely. So did you guys actually, in order to get these buses in the game, did you have to go like photograph the buses, or did they send you designs and stuff so you could get the design right?
So for the licensed buses, we actually got a combination of 2D and 3D files. So either it being the actual technical drawings of the buses or loads of images, recordings, both from sound and just general videos. We had a brand that basically sent us everything that if we wanted to, we could manufacture the bus just from the materials they sent us. And that also shows that some brands are more open to cooperation and are willing to give us anything. And sometimes it might be a little bit harder, but I think that we try to get it as close as possible to the real model. And one thing that makes it a little bit difficult, let's say, is that even though a bus could be a new flyer, still in each city it will be slightly different, as the transportation companies have their own variants. So the door mechanism could be different. The layout of the seats could be different. So just because a bus is a certain brand or certain model doesn't mean it will always look the same. So we try to combine the reference model, which is usually the stock variant, and then if we had loads of images from a certain transport company, then we might have preferred that to the complete stock version. So that might be a reason why the bus looks maybe a little bit different compared to photos from a real thing. But everything that's licensed has been approved by the owners, so they have given us the okay to, yes, we like this, and it looks like the real thing.
Yeah, if they're happy with it, that's all that really matters, isn't it?
I mean, they should also be fun to drive. But
In terms of the map itself, then, I think we might have touched on this back in October. Was there a city that was the inspiration for Emberville?
yeah, I mean, people who know or who've been from around there, probably to them it's been painfully obvious. But the initial, in general, the Appalachia region in the US has been our inspiration for the area, with, I think, Nashville as the most prominent city for reference, but also other cities from the area, or even across the US, but I would say mostly Asheville, it's like a smaller, more modern city in that area, and Nashville. Hard to mix up, but it's two different cities. They've been a big inspiration. But there's other things on the map that come from different cities. We mostly try to stick to American vibes, because if you start there, we also wanted to kind of stay there. But yeah, it's not just Nashville, you know, like there's some things, bits here and there that we pick up where we're like, hey, I think this will work better for our map, be it in terms of the visuals or in general in terms of how road layout is and so on. So for example, people from Nashville might notice, hey, but this is not how our crosswalks look like. So like we picked them up from elsewhere. I think it was, I'd have to lie. I think it was crosswalks from Memphis. I'm not sure. And the bus stops have been, especially in terms of their pavement painting, actually took. Damn, I hope I don't say the wrong city name, but it was San Francisco. You know? It's usually like you fly around on Google Maps and whatnot, whatever reference you find, and see, hey, who has a bus stop that looks very obvious, and then you pick that. So it's been a mix, but like definitely with the Appalachia region and Nashville as the big main reference.
As someone in chat spotted, there's a Batman building, which is in Nashville, which is in the game apparently.
Yeah, there's a certain similarity in that building.
I've noticed that performance-wise, it plays pretty well, and I'm playing in 4K, so that's good. It's been well optimized from what I can tell.
Yeah, technically there we could talk all day about the performance of the game. I think I mentioned this in the demo. It's like my most fun anecdote is when our lead tech artist kind of narrated through the technical challenges to make the game perform. Start from like you render the game through a window because you're in the driver's seat. There's tons of characters walking about, tons of cars that need to find their way and need to move, compute a bunch of stuff. We have a lot of trees around the city. Also a bold choice for all the challenges we already faced. And obviously because it is a city, lots and lots of stuff on the map, like lots of assets, other things that can just spawn. There's so many, just stuff. And all of that needs to come together and work. And yeah, it's been a crazy journey for our performance team to get it to the state where it is today. But I think we're pretty happy with it nowadays.
Well, the thing is, like, the map as well is not... Like in Google Maps, you can change your layer from actual satellite imagery to, like, a flat color diagram. It's like that. Like, you've got the the satellite overview, haven't you? When you move around this map, it is like Google Maps. It's like the full, all the assets are being rendered, all the buildings are there, which is really helpful when you're trying to lay a journey out.
Yeah, it's fun because it has become such a cool feature that you also like you understand this place not just from a road layout, right? But you know, hey, this is where the stadium is and whatnot. So there's a lot more character too. Like you get a lot more affected to the city this way, which is cool. But funnily enough, eventually I was thinking for a while that we also would go to like this classic map view you just talked about. And eventually I asked, when we were a bit further in development, asked them like, do we need to plan for this eventually? And then, I don't know, we got so accustomed to this, and it's also another big technical challenge to get this working then again. But we saw the advantages, eventually we stuck to it, and I think it really ups the value of doing stuff on the map.
Yeah, definitely. Right, let's see if chat's got any questions for you. Is there a new game mode or anything after you finish the game for the replayability? Well, that's a good question. Like, when you've played through the campaign or whatever, is there anything that you can do afterwards? Is it just like become an open free play map, or are there other challenges you can look at?
In the release version, there's currently not another game mode. I'm gonna put it this way, that I'm very eager, because I hear you, whoever asked this, and I'm with you on that. Like, we wanna get something like this in, so let's see how well that works out. But yeah, I also would happily like to see that eventually.
But maybe to expand on it a little, at the moment, once you upgrade all the districts, there is essentially no end, so you can plan whatever lines you wanna create, and also throughout the game you up the limits of how many stops you can have in line, how many lines can you have. So it is essentially open-ended at the moment. So there is no end. You can just continue making different lines or drive them over and over again.
Apparently I've got too many stops on my line now. I have to remove some of these stars. Is the limit because of the where I am in the game, or is it a limit on the district or something?
You will unlock more stops per line. So there's like rewards for you be able to build more lines, but there's also rewards on you're gonna be able to build longer lines. Longer in terms of the amount of stops, that is. So currently you have a limit of 7, but this will increase.
No. Yeah, if you hover over the second stop, you will see that it will grant you more stops and more lines in the future. So it is a way of making the progression a little meaningful, especially in the early game.
That makes sense. Like flip it and drive it the other way. There's no wheel supported console. Is that true? Like on console, PlayStation, and Xbox, is there any wheel support, or is it just controller only?
We also have support for wheels on Xbox and PlayStation. There again, we have a list that have presets. Those should work out of the box. At the moment, we do have a report that on Xbox, one of the wheels needs a little bit more setup. So that will be included in one of the first patches that are coming very soon. We actually already sent the build to approval on the platform, so hopefully we get it out to the players as soon as possible. And yeah, so we also are supported both on PC and on consoles.
So there you go, guys. Right, guys, have you got any questions for the devs? Anything that you want to know? We've solved the wheel problem. We know what the wheels that supported are. We know multiplayers is in the game. You can see each other drive. You can see the host editing the line, and you join their game to help progress their map. Steam Deck support. Is there any Steam Deck support? Next question.
Not as I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Maybe you tried this, Tomasz, but
Yeah. So you can play it on the Steam Deck. We even got a review for it that it is playable. However, we didn't pass all the checks from Valve just yet. So at the moment it is set as no compatibility, but that's just how their checks are working. So we will work on resolving that as soon as possible. But it is at the moment playable on low settings with upscaling, and it should be hitting about the 30 FPS mark.
That's pretty decent. I think Steam Deck support would be quite cool to have. Is there a dedicated server for multiplayer, or does somebody have to be the host?
no, it is basically a peer-to-peer multiplayer. So you host the game, which should also in the long run help a bit with the longevity. That there's no dependency on any server, and we currently have a multiplayer up to 4 people, which should work decently. Like it has been polished a bunch in terms of the connectivity and whatnot, and how stuff works when multiple people are on a map where so many things move.
Yeah.
So not dedicated servers, but I think most people will be rather satisfied with how it runs.
Does it support ultra-wide monitors? Like 32?
Yes.
Yeah, it does.
Because you can imagine how cool it is to have an ultra wide and then see the cockpit of the bus.
Yeah.
So we have spent some time fixing up the most obvious issues, and for example, all the loading screens and whatnot have been captured in ultra wide, so you shouldn't see that many black bars and stretched marks.
Nice. Are there any plans for mod support?
Yes. So, as far as I know, the mod kit should be live on Epic Game Store as we speak.
Nice.
And currently we support custom liveries for the buses. And we support custom radios for the game. So you can mod your own radio station into the game. So for example, if you're a streamer and you're worried that copyright might be a thing, even though we have a streamer mode, you can create your own mod fitted with your own music, or link internet radio, for example, and then listen to it through the game. And not just full liveries, but we also support creating custom colors. So if the color selection in the garage is not enough for you, you can add in your own.
That's pretty good. So the mod support's already there, guys, and you can do radios and liveries and that kind of thing. What's this question on YouTube? One idea to add to the game other than bus jumping over the river. How about special scenarios like evacuation buses or celebration buses? Oh, I see. You mean like a local football team won something and then you drive a bus? Do you mean that kind of thing?
I mean, we don't have like you picking up the football team or anything, but there is here and there. Don't want to give away that much, but I think it's fine if I stay a bit vague. But there are events happening on the map here and there, like during the occasional shift, or especially when you do your district upgrades. We try to highlight what can happen in the district usually. So there's stuff going on, and there's also, especially during the district upgrades, more people around that you also take with you while events are happening. It's not like you specifically picking up a team, but more like the area is very busy and a bunch of people take the bus in that busy area, of course, which leads to a way fuller bus for you too.
Does it have proper support for triple screens? I'm guessing
So
you just do widescreen.
Yeah, so we have a triple screen set up here in the office, and whilst getting that fully working in Unreal is a challenge, we at least added options to adjust how the game is projected, so it's not as much distorted on both of the axes. So it does require a little bit of player setup, but there are options to make it look nicer.
Nice. Will multiplayer be free on console? I think it's peer-to-peer hosted user F, so I presume it is free on console. Is that right?
That's a good question. I only played multiplayer on PC, to be very honest. Let me, if you answer a few more questions, let me verify.
Okay. Will consoles get a performance mode? Currently, graphics preset is locked to quality 30 FPS. I don't know, Nero.
Yeah, at the moment we focused mostly on the visual fidelity on consoles, so we opted to lock the frame rate. But in reality, there is a little bit of wiggle room. So instead of trying to aim high and have to upscale a lot or decrease the visual quality a lot to hit 60, we opted to lock it at 30 when the console itself could do, let's say, maybe sometimes 40, sometimes 30. It would jump around a lot. So we wanted to give the players a nice stable setup for now, and then let's see what the future brings.
Okay, so it's locked to 30 basically, just to keep it consistent.
Yeah, and as far as I know, PS5 Pro should be targeting higher frame rates.
Yeah. But I think we had that discussion back in October with Flo when we were talking about whether you'd be able to take cash for tickets. If I remember, the answer was no, because the game tries to not distract you with ticketing system and instead rewards you for driving well. Is that a fair summary, or?
Yes, that is still the case. I mean, it's beyond the fact that it's mostly about driving well and rewarding you for that. But also in general, we tried to go a bit lighter on the economic aspects in that regard. I mean, ultimately it has to do with us wanting you to focus on the driving, or in general have to focus more on the driving. Because like with a lot of monetary stuff that is also then tied to a ticketing system and whatnot, there comes the notion of, okay, how does money work with bus lines and with bus stops and with buses and whatnot? And a lot of time we noticed in the past, which we always found really unfortunate actually, is that the ticket system aside, players can spend a lot of time, for example, on the map to just figure out how to make a line work so it makes money and whatnot, at least in our past titles and whatnot. And we found it always a bit unfortunate that it takes so much time away to just go into the map, like the real place that we designed with so much love to drive around and to appreciate it and to do the thing you bought the game for, honestly, for the most part. And so we took the brave decision, I want to say, let's go a bit lighter on this. Let's make a free bus in this game. So we can focus on those driving aspects, which of course also sacrificed a bit on the ticket system front.
So there you go.
in the meantime, I have checked out the console multiplayer. So, there is no purchase needed for BusBound specifically. You still need to have PlayStation Plus or
Yeah.
Xbox Live to access multiplayer features of the consoles.
Yeah, that's true of any multiplayer on console, though, isn't it? Like you say, you've got to have PlayStation Plus or Xbox Live just to do multiplayer. I've just noticed the vehicle in front's registration plate says Cutie Pie.
Yeah, some of the cars have vanity plates that are some words. Some of them are random numbers and letters, and we even hit a couple of Easter eggs within the license plates.
Okay, we'll look out for them.
Beyond that, they have their stickers. I actually noticed. I joined the stream earlier and watched a bit. You also noticed those already.
Yeah.
People have funny bumper stickers, funny license plates, even different styles of license plates. It's quite common in the US to have like some cool imagery on the license plate itself and whatnot. So a lot to spot, especially like a nice way to spend some time while waiting for the green light to check what people have on their plates and on their bumpers.
Yeah, I've noticed the bumper stickers. I'm going to keep my eye out for those. Some people are asking about a mini map in the game. Is that a thing? Is it possible to get?
Not during you. So in the pause menu, you can also access the map in case you want to get another overview of where you're going.
Yeah.
But it's currently not planned in the bus for a good reason, because we're actually really satisfied with the way we navigate you along your line like we do currently with the three-dimensional line preview. And so eventually we realized, hey, similar thing kind of again, let's put more focus on your actual environment around you, which your minimap also tends to distract a bit of. So another thing where we were like, we want to have focus on the world and where you're actually going.
Yeah, I've because by default the root garden system shows arrows all the time, doesn't it? And I've turned that down to reduced, so it just shows me intersections. So that
exactly,
way I don't get lost, but I don't lose as much immersion, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. There will even be, I don't know, maybe we can give that away in this stream. But
yeah,
eventually there's also a modifier that will act as an additional challenge, of course, because if you don't even have reduced, but the modifier will actually turn it off completely.
Wow.
You're not gonna have navigation, right? So you have to know your own way through the city, which is actually really fun in my opinion. And if it's also about immersion, right? That mode will be particularly interesting to just drive on an open screen without any UI distractions or anything.
Yeah, exactly. That way you can also get rid of, for example, the mirrors that pop up when you indicate. So if you turn on the full immersion modifier, you can lock yourself into the first person, not have any distracting UI, and also not have any navigation in world that might not feel realistic. So you're just a pure bus driver in a city that needs to know where to go, like in real life.
I think you'd have to play the map quite a bit before you could do that, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a ton of stuff that we tried to put in to also support you getting to know the map. Like, this on the map, the street names and stuff maybe. So, it's also is another little cue to make you memorize this is here, this is there. And also, of course, that the fact that the map, like we pointed out before, is completely visible while you're on any kind of map screen, should help you to get accustomed to it quicker. And then, like, people know the map. Like if I see the name of a bus stop, I can usually manage. I mean, obviously, I played a bunch of it, but
Yeah, I was going to say you played it quite a bit.
but that's also the cool thing of like over time, there's something more to try out for you in the game. You know, like maybe you completed the map once, but then maybe you wanna, as soon as you can, play through it with as little guidance as possible to just because you just got accustomed to it, you just know it now. So it's a new way to explore the game.
I have a question about the deluxe edition. I've noticed that you get the bus pass, which gives you access to 3 new DLCs. Are those coming in 2026 with the deluxe edition?
Yes. So those DLCs will release throughout the year. We don't have exact dates set in stone just yet, but as we discussed, one of them will expand the map a little bit. One of them is, for example, a new bus brand. So bus pass is a good way to get all of them in your account already, and then once they drop, once they release, you already have access to them. And of course, if you buy a deluxe edition, it is a little bit cheaper than buying on the bus pass later on.
Yeah. What management options do you have? Someone else?
So I think what's most prominent to point out is our line management, which is also the main focus for our management. Like I said, focus should always be a bit on the driving, and a big impact on your driving experience is going to be where your line goes along. And we try to add quite a lot of stuff in there. Like you can actually also set custom waypoints along your line, so you can pick a spot between 2 stops where your line flows along and like drag it out. Maybe you tried this out on Google Maps. It kind of works the same way in this game.
Yeah.
So you can create really creative variations of lines beyond like where a line goes. You can even have the ability to have stops multiple times in a line. So it's like you can create loops like that, of course, but you can also create a ping pong line that has only certain stops and the ends included and whatnot. So we really went ham on this particular part. We went a bit lower, like I said before, on like fleet management and so on, because it has the whole purchasing of buses stuff implied. But we then took the time to focus on other things, like especially on the lines and how you can plan your routes. That you will see a lot of freedom that I think you're not used to in bus games from before.
Okay, and in terms of like line management, because you mentioned before that some people spend quite a bit of time like editing a line and trying to make it profitable. Is that because the simulation side of that is quite in depth and you do have to look at each stop and try to get the capacity of the line right and that kind of thing?
I mean, for us, we mostly focused on 2 things there. The one is your progression. The other one might sound very blunt, but the other one is just you should be able to drive something that you think is cool. So we try to be less punishing on the profitable part. Like I said, the game goes very light or barely at all on any money aspect. In terms of the economic side of managing the bus company, but rather you should be able to make a line that goes across the entire map or around the entire map, and because you like it, you know, and if you drive it well, you will be rewarded for doing that, right? And the other thing is you want to see, hey, where do I want to progress next? Like maybe unlocked a new area, so to say, because you opened one of those bridges, or you upgrade a district and now there's new stuff there to do. So what we focused on is, hey, you managed to make people happy here, right? You collected a bunch of thumbs into this bus stop. Now more people will actually board there, so you can bring those to other places where you still need points. And so things from the past keep their value to help you up the things that come up in the future, specifically the bus stops. And that's kind of where we focused on how you can improve your line management to make things more rewarding. But ultimately, in the end, also if you create a line that you just love to drive and you drive it really well, you will also eventually be rewarded for that. It's just that the line management gives you a bonus in terms of passenger amounts. Yeah, along your progression, like also in upgrades, more people board than in non-upgraded districts, so you can utilize that again, you know. So there's some tinkering in that involved.
Right, so it sounds like you do have to understand the game and how it works in order to maximize the line management properly.
I would say so, yeah. Like understanding how it works helps a lot in maximizing. But like I said, if you are not hyper interested in figuring out this maximization, also building simple lines and just doing a great job at driving will eventually get you to your goal. Maybe a bit slower, but definitely steadily.
Oh, I just had an accident. Right, guys, have you got any more questions for the devs? I think we've answered quite a lot of questions already. Is there anything else you guys want to cover that we've not already covered, do you think?
I want to use this space to thank all of the viewers and also all of the players for trusting us, as this is a big day for us, finally releasing to the world BusBound after so many years of hard work. And it is also a pivot for us from the bus simulator series that we worked on in the past, and we've been given more freedom and tried to bring our vision into the best possible way. So we hope that you'll love the game as much as we loved making it.
I think you've tried to focus on making the game fun, haven't you, primarily? Like you tried to make it an enjoyable experience.
Yeah, we wanted to make it a game first, make it accessible. So whilst it is not a full hardcore sim, it should give you the feeling of driving a heavy, big vehicle without it being so difficult that you spend maybe 10 minutes just starting it up. So it should be easy to pick up, but also should give you the satisfaction of big vehicles.
Yeah, definitely. Shadwall, a lot of the questions have been asked already, so I'm not covering ones we've already covered. That makes sense. But if I have missed any and we've not answered them, please let me know. What about third-party pedals? There's a link. We have a link. Just ask the mods. There's a page that's been posted that tells you all the wheels that have been supported currently. And you can configure things as well. If there's a wheel that's not on the supported list, if it recognizes it, you can map the buttons. How long is the playability?
Doesn't hurt to try.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I just want to say it's definitely worth trying if you have peripherals to see if they are supported, because manual configuration usually works.
How long's playability? I don't know, Crodoni. I guess, like a lot of things, it depends how you play it.
Yeah, absolutely. It depends on the playstyle. But with our tests and calculation, the first playthrough is about 24 hours to go through all the content, unlock everything. And then, as we said earlier, it is all open-ended, so you can continue playing however long you feel like it.
Yeah, Bumblebee, if you're a real-life bus driver, I suspect you don't want to play a sim of bus driving, do you? Because that's your job in the daytime.
Oh, I've met people that love to play a bus sim, even though they are a bus driver.
I know there's farmers who play farm sim in the winter because they can't go farming anymore. I've heard of that.
Oh, I know farmers that play it in summer too.
Well, just can't get enough tractors.
I also develop games in my free time, you know, it's some people like what they do.
Fair enough. Yeah, truck drivers do with ETS, that's true. Right, any more questions? I'm sure Flo and Thomas would like to get off, get home. Although it is a massive day, I suspect you've got bottles of champagne on the ready.
Yeah,
I mean, we already toasted to the release as it went out. However, we're gonna be staying for quite some time, monitoring the forums and seeing if there are any issues that pop up that we can maybe start fixing right away or as soon as possible.
Well, make sure you get some pizza delivered. There is one thing I've noticed if you want to on the fix list to do with the camera. I've noticed that if you go third-person camera, like let's say you're looking at the bus like that, when you go back to first person, it keeps that angle. Do you see what I mean? So if you which then you have to quickly flick round to look forward so you don't crash. It would be good if we just kind of reset it back to the front view.
Yeah, so it was at some point made in that way. However, we also added a button to reset the camera quickly, but I understand that's not the most comfortable way. So I'll have a look at it and put it on the list.
Ever-growing list. Did you have a giant cake shaped like a bus to celebrate today?
Sadly not. But on the other hand, we are having a literal toast party soon. So we are being well fed.
Oh yeah. Right, it's a big day. Right, any more questions, guys? Any more questions for the devs before we let them go? Can you leave the bus and walk round? I don't think you can.
No, not in this one, no. Also due to the fact that we reduced a bunch of stuff in ticketing, there was less purpose in the ability to walk about. And we also tried to streamline a bit more how you get into your next drives instead of you walk about your depot and whatnot until you get into your next line. You have your shift, you pop into the next shift, and you immediately drive again. However, the driving experience, yeah, for that matter, got a lot more focus due to that decision, which hopefully is noticeable when you drive the buses. I think they maneuver pretty well. I mean, we covered this a bunch now in the stream already anyways.
The Ash Tree District, the nursery of Emberville's future.
No, just unlocked an upgrade on the district.
What mood does it set for our young?
Airwolf, yes, there are dynamic events. Well, there's definitely a rush hour type thing. It mentioned that in the documentation, that different districts have like rush hours and stuff like that.
Yeah, there's the occasional bump you might spot in passengers when stuff is busy. But in general, passenger amounts will noticeably grow throughout your progress. I would be surprised if you don't spot that eventually. Like district upgrades will boost your passengers. Star badges on bus stops will boost your passengers. If you upgrade a district and then put a star badge again on those bus stops, it will boost your passengers. You can there's some bus stops that unlock like passenger boosts in districts, so you can grow passenger numbers quite wild until the end of the game. And especially if you continue playing and like upgrade your entire map and get some extra levels on those bus stops, you will here and there really pick up huge loads. So, which is also technically, I'm very, very proud of the team that we managed to pull that off. So it's a really cool experience.
Does it, when you're doing your line, does it tell you like an estimate of the number of passengers you're going to get, so you can see if you change a stop to another one, then you might get more or less passengers, and therefore you can choose your bus.
What happens during line creation is we have little indicators for when a bus stop gives you more, like, and then you will see, hey, there's a little arrow to the passenger and the passenger icon when you have a star badge on a bus stop, or two of them when you have a bus stop of an upgraded district, so you can get a decent idea of, hey, this is where more people want to board, and that can help you then to tactically build lines where you get a bunch of people in and then deliver them where you still need to progress.
Is the demo still available to play? I don't know. Is the demo still available?
No, the demo is, I think, down since I think 2 weeks. Yeah, which was us mainly focusing on the main game now that it's actually out. The demo is unfortunately not available anymore.
Is there any repairing buses if you're playing one, Crawdaddy? No. There's no concept of damage or money in the game. Okay, I think we may have run out of questions. I think you might have answered everything. Oh, one more. Do co-op in the game? Yes, Chase. There's multiplayer co-op. Although, if I'm correct, the way it works is the host is the one who's progressing. The people just join and assist, right?
Yes, there are some things that you will obviously also get while joining someone. There's like some achievements that you're obviously still gonna get that are tied to like you the person and not your game you're playing and so on.
Okay. Are there any real US reskins and New York City? What do you mean, Shelton? Yeah, you can, Pups. I've already answered that one. Will there be times during peak hour that the buses get full? Can you just explain how that works? Like, if you've got... Is there like a rush hour based on the district you're in, or does every district have a rush hour at certain times of the day?
When you say Russia, I think I know what you mean. I guess you read it in the loading screen. So there's some occasional shifts where just a bunch of more people might board. That is then a general thing and not just a district-based thing. But in a district, more people will board, or like people have different. Let me rephrase that. But certain bus stops and especially certain districts, have different times of days where more people will board. Like if you're around Ashtree, where the schools are at night, it's gonna be not as busy. Versus if you're later on in the music district, where there's a certain nightlife, more people can board there. And over time, when you progress, you will see actually the biggest difference, because with the district upgrades, with everything in the whole city becoming more public transport friendly, every district will become a lot busier in terms of passengers, and then you might not even need the occasional rush hour boost. You will notice that your bus gets, in general, really, really full.
Is back in business. What a time to be alive.
The nightmares of driving through Clubland on a Friday night. As a real bus driver, that's probably a lot of fun. Right, Flo and Thomas, thank you very much for joining. I think you've answered everybody's questions from what I can work out.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
It's been great having you
Pleasure
guys.
to be here again.
Yeah, it's been great having you guys back, to be honest. Answering the questions, and congratulations on releasing the game today. I'm sure that was a monumental effort to get it out the door.
It truly was, yes.
Thank you very much. Been a pleasure to be here after a long time just watching.
Well, I hope the game is a big success, and I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to play it probably all weekend, see how far I can get. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Guys, can we get some GGs in chat for the devs joining us today, giving up the time, answering all your questions?
Thank you all for the support, and
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
it means a lot to us to see the reactions, the player feedback. It is hard to describe how much it means to a game dev to finally see the baby out, essentially.
I can imagine. The excitement as well. Very informative. It was very informative. I think you've answered a lot about the game. And we've got links to the wheels and that kind of things now. And I think when people come and chat over the weekend asking questions, like there's enough people now that know the answers that we can help people. Brilliant. Right. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Thursday.
Thank you for having us.
Try not to get too drunk.
Thank you. And enjoy the rest of the day as well.
I will.
Yeah, have a nice stream.
I hope you'll have lots of fun.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
See ya.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. There we go. Awesome. That was great. Great to have them on board. Go to office. Must admit, they were here a lot longer than I thought they would be. There was a lot of questions that needed answering. Yeah, he performs really well as well, Bumblebee. Like, graphically, it's performing really well. It's been very well optimized. Upgrade Belvedere, 65%. Belvedere. That's this district down here, isn't it? Collect all for the Bone Museum, line on line 101. Okay. No, track IR is not supported. We did ask all about this. Appreciate a lot of people came in, you know, halfway through that, but a lot of stuff had already been asked, so I wasn't going to repeat it. But if you've got any questions, we can answer it, but track IR is not in the game. It does have widescreen monitor support, like super widescreen. They said that works. They said you can even get triple screens working if you edit a few files on the PC anyway. So you can get it working on triples. There's a web page that has all the controller support and wheels and pedals, that kind of thing, which the mods have a link to. What else was there? On console, it's currently locked to 30 FPS to keep it nice and stable. But on a PlayStation like Pro, for example, they're looking at unlocking that to a higher FPS. Didn't ask about shifters, Ariboss, no. But what they did say is that if you've got a controller, like a button controller, a farm sim controller, or a shifter, if you plug that in and it recognizes it, you can try mapping the buttons. So if you can map the buttons to forward, reverse, whatever, you should be able to get it working. I mean, most buses tend to be like, you know, drive, neutral, reverse, that kind of thing. Oh, I need to put the alerts back on, don't I? Are the alerts working now? Oh, there you go. They're on the screen. Let me just move that. Perfect. Trust me, you don't want Gears driving a bus. I agree. Yeah, I've just unmuted it, Jason. So yeah, the stream is currently sponsored by Saber Interactive. BusBound released today on Steam, Epic, Xbox S and X, and PlayStation 5. We just had the devs in. A lot of questions got answered, but we're happy to answer any questions that you might have. This is the map currently. There's a whole bunch of districts that you need to unlock. You need to do line management. You need to get the likes up on the different stops to then upgrade the districts, and you upgrade the district to unlock various buses. There's like, I think, 17 or 19. I think there's 17 base buses and then an extra 2, depending if you pre-order it or something like that. So I think you can get 19 buses in total. Which I have one of them, which is kind of fun. The retro bus. Hope you're not running late. Doing fine, Matt. So I need to, what do I need to do? I need to edit this line a bit, maybe. 28.75. 25% more passengers boarding during an afternoon shift on that one. +1 max multiplier. Nice. I want to get Panda Street unlocked because that gives us an additional line and an additional bus stop per line, which is quite a significant upgrade. So Panda Street definitely needs unlocking. That one is the same. Particularly wants the Bone Museum doing, which is this one down here. That gives us the multiplier. And then the SE Auto is that one.
Hi.
I'm just wondering if we can do... If I don't have that stop, and don't have that stop, I just wonder if we can do a shorter circuit and try and boost these stops here. Panda Street also opens the bridge. Can I add a new line?
Let me update the website and we're good to go.
Okay. Add a line. So if we go from here, that one's already done. Here, Frontier Hub, that one's nearly done. Panda Street.
Can I have a ticket, please?
Yes, you can, Valmut. Thank you for 118 months. Ryan Kavanagh, thank you for tier 3, 86 months. And Mutimus, thank you for 37. Bria with 140 months, tier 3. All you guys that had your subs muted while I was talking to the devs, I do apologise, but I'm sure you understand why. But Zenith Harris, thank you for 90 months of Peanut. And Raw James with 105. Ranosian, your super chat, I believe I read that out to him. So thank you very much for your super chat. And Broadsider with 21 months and Jay Webster with 71. I think that covers it.
I subbed when you were playing The Long Dark in 2016. Hopefully you'll play the sequel later this year. Thanks for the content over the years.
Whoa. Sequel? Slip the Otter. This is news to me. Sequel to The Long Dark? I've not heard about this. Could you please elaborate? If we do that, that will short circuit those lines quickly. I'm not going to call it line 3. I'm going to call it boost. I'm trying to boost those lines. Apply. Right, let's quickly drive the boost line. No, you didn't, Pops. You're making it up. No, I've not played the last episode. Do you know why, El Plagiato? Because it took them 10 flipping years to finish the game. And I got bored. It's coming later this year. Oh yeah, I think I remember it now. It's called Black Frost. I think I remember. Is the art still the same? Black Frost, The Long Dark 2, Hinterland Studio. Well, the graphics look similar but better. The art style looks very similar. Still no jumping. No, still loads of sprankles as well. Start drive. We need What are you going to drive? The Electrip. I still like this bus. I'm going to drive. I love this bus. I want to level it up. Mike, I'm driving with the PlayStation 5 controller. Let's get the wipers on. Did you notice before the passengers got really upset when I braked hard? That was funny. Bust them with a controller. That's nothing, Irish Bud. Have you ever played a first-person shooter with a steering wheel? Now that's a challenge. I need a wiper on the side window. I can't quite read what that sign says. It says keep honking and then something. It's fully released, Mike. It fully released today. Oh, I thought that taxi was good. Oh, I need to stop here. I love this bus. It's brilliant. They should put these back into service. $45 gigs for a bus then. Yeah, there's a lot of good map here though. Yeah, announced Long Dark 2 in 2024. They're giving any more details. I mean, they're not exactly the speediest devs in the world, pubs. Panda Street, that's the one we need to upgrade. I need Panda Street. I love the way they pop umbrellas when they get out. Is there a way to turn off green arrows? So I've got them on cut down mode. Hang on, I'll show you. What was it? Settings. Here. So you've got navigation mode, standard and reduced. I've got it by default. These two are on standard. That's on standard and that's on standard. I put them both on reduced. That means on standard the line shows on all lanes, so it shows the green markers permanently. On reduced, it only shows them on intersections. For the HUD, you get more options on the HUD. You've got all the hints and actions enabled. You've got all the hints are displayed, but the labels are hidden and only appear when an action is activated, which is what I've got it on. And then you've got expert, where all the hints are displayed, but the labels are never visible, so that doesn't show you the control mappings, and then off, if you want no HUD, basically. So, what you can't do, at the moment, you can't turn off the nav mode, as far as I can tell. Which does surprise me. Shadwall, I have no idea what you're talking about. I specifically remember answering one of your questions. There is no paywall, there is no locked behind anything, my man. Hey Joe, what? Why is this guy leaving a massive gap? Move up. You was talking to the moderators, was you? Well, what you put in my chat was whatever. I guess all the questions were asked were locked behind Squirrel paywall. Donate to the stream to have your questions answered heard. That's what I was addressing. Right, I have no idea where we're going here. I'll get in this lane. Anybody who's been in this stream for any length of time will know that what you're saying there is complete nonsense. And it's also not the first... You're not the first person to have ever said that. Yeah, Irish Spud, I can't answer your question because you didn't send a donation in. This traffic has been really bad, and now I'm late on this bus line, and there's nothing I could do about it. Thanks. No, I do read the mods, pups. I just ignore yours. Not another cash for question scandal. Pretty much. Did you ask if the DLC is released in 2026? Had to mute for phone call. They basically said yes, but they don't have any exact release dates, is what they said. I subbed for 37 months with Jeff Bezos' money and Squirrel never answered my first question, so yeah, I can vouch for you. I think it was 3 DLC, yeah. Right, how far did that take us? Hey, we've collected everything for Bone Museum. We've just got to do SC Auto Arena. So I guess if we go back in and edit that line again, let's edit that. We can get rid of.
Let me update the website and we're good to go.
We can get rid of boom if you want to, because we've done that. Although it has got a multiplier, which is quite nice. SE Auto needs another 45 passengers. If I drove that again in reverse, we'll probably tick those two off. Might just do that actually. Start driving. Actually, which way did I just drive that then? Flip direction. One, two, three, go. Just doing the clean diesel. Nothing's free these days. That's not true. The air you breathe is free. For now. Hey, we've got a bike on the front. Panda Street. I need to get the bridge unlocked so we can go to the other side. Do you know what? I might be better in this lane. It's an XD40. I'm pretty sure, J10, that when I played the demo, you said the same thing. Look at me lane jumping. You can adjust the retarder on the left, it's like down on the D-pad, and I've noticed like on the diesel buses you need a lot more retarder, and on the electrics and hydrogen you need to back it off quite a bit. I'm turning up quite early. I'm 80 seconds early. Oh my god, Panda Street is really... is 58 out of 225. We've got a long way to go. Whoa. The heck? I felt like the floor just disappeared then. That wasn't a curb. That was a hole. That was a pothole. Do I get bonus likes for indicating? Doesn't look like it. Cool. Bonbon just popped in. It sounded like he said bomb museum. Bomb museum. You definitely don't get bonus points for indicating. I don't think you do anyway, if I'm honest. Hotel Shelley. Are there multiple cities to choose from? No. There's multiple districts, which you kind of unlock as you progress. Oh, we're so close to leveling up Frontier Hub. Bone Museum is done, so we can remove that. SE is nearly done. Edit line.
Let me update the website and we're good to go.
So that needs 20 more packs on it. I feel like I've just been robbed. Waitrose Classic Chicken Soup, 600 gram tub, £5.60. Only has 6% actual chicken. How much chicken is normally in that? I need additional stops. There's just 22% in the 400 gram tub. You have been robbed. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. That's the one we need. 77. You go there, you've got to loop back. How's the interwebs? Time to upgrade the Dream Machine. No, Whiteland. Do you know why? What Whiteland's referring to is I've got new internet. I had new internet put in on Tuesday. And it's 2.3 gigabits up and down. So it's pretty quick. It's so quick, it's actually faster than my internal network. So now I have to upgrade little bits and pieces to get that speed. I did upgrade Whiteland on the Dream Machine. I replaced the SFP module with an SFP Plus module, which can negotiate down to 2.5 gigabits. So plug that in, plug the internet into it and to run a test, and that's when I got my... So my line speed to the Dream Machine now works fine. I've now bought a UDW aggregator, if you've ever seen one of those. So Ubiquity do an aggregator machine that's like eight SFP ports on it. And then you put the SFPs in that you want. So what I can then do is put a 10 gigabit SFP module into that and connect it to the Dream Machine, which then brings 10 gig onto that thing, onto the aggregator, and then gradually upgrade the rest of the equipment, and it all just links into the aggregator. And the aggregator can do 160 gigabits backbone. So it's more than capable of... It's future-proof. It's like a hub. It's like a high-speed hub. But you have to put the SFP modules that you want into it. But anyway, what will happen is my office will have a 1 gigabit link to the internet, and my computer cupboard will have a 1 gigabit link to the internet, and the two things can use a 2.3 gigabit internet link. So I could be transferring a file at the same time as streaming and doing other stuff, and they'll just... Yeah, I want to get 10 gig Whiteland, but the problem is the equipment's not cheap, as you probably know. So I'll have to do it in stages. Do you really need this kind of speed? Disanator, there are people... There are many, many people that buy cars that can break the national speed limit in first gear.
Another diamond nut in the nut house, Clies.
Yeah? They can break the national speed limit in first gear. They make those cars, they sell those cars, and people buy those cars. Why? For the same reason that I got 2.3 gigabit internet. Not because I need it, because I want it. It's that simple. I just have a slight problem now that I need to upgrade some equipment to make the best use of it. To be honest, 10 gigabit network would be really nice. I've got all the cables for it, it's just the switching gear I need to upgrade. But 10 gigabit switching gear is quite expensive. But I can get 2.5 gigabit switching gear, and that would be a nice compromise. So we'll see. Very true, egregious, very true. I'm not driving it. That's a bit of a long journey to drive in that one. Would be fun though. I think I'm going to do this one. Electric one again. The thing is, why under 10 gig switch is like £600 a pop. Like, they're very expensive. Because the moment you go 10 gig, they know that you're looking at heavy business use. Anyway, I'm happy to note that today's stream has been quite stable. Which means my internet is quite stable. That was the main concern. I actually have 2 internets into the house right now. And the UDM, the Dream Machine, is using the second one as a backup. So if the first one goes down, it switches to the second internet, which is hilarious. What about a split switch? A 2.5 IJ45 and a 10 gig SPF plus. I think you have to look at the network topology to understand what I'm trying to do. There's 2.5 coming into the house. I can then move that to a 10 gig aggregator, so I can get full advantage of the 2.5. The problem is, if I'm transferring files from my machine to the NAS drive, or the NAS drive to my machine, or up to the internet, we're limited by the internal networking. So the best I can get currently is 1 gig. In order to upgrade that, I need to move up to 2.5 or 10 gig on the switches. I was quite surprised how smooth it went, to be honest. They turned up with a van with a big crane. And it was all done and dusted in about 90 minutes. And then I just got my network to log onto it and use my own router, and it was fine. The critical equipment is 10 gig, so my PC is 10 gig. It's not even the CPU, Whiteland. Like, if you look at the... If you look at Ubiquiti switching gear, it'll have a whole bunch of 1 gigabit ports on it, and then it'll have 2 SFP modules on it. The ports have a dedicated 1 gigabit link to the CPU, and the SFP modules have a dedicated 10 gigabit link to the CPU, so they both have independent links, which is interesting, because what that means is that if you've got like multiple devices plugged into the 1 gigabit ports, they can only ever maximum transfer 1 gigabit, because that's the CPU limit. But at the same time, it can deal with your SFP at 10 gigabit. So it's not so much CPU limited. I can't believe that guy just T-boned me. It's not so much CPU limited as it is like backplane limited to the CPU. Hard to unpack 2 gig. Oh, you're on about downloading to Steam? Right, okay. I mean, I tend to be more transferring big files than that. Like a 10 gig link from my PC to my NAS would speed up transfers. That'd be nice. I'm not in any major rush, like 1 gigabit is still pretty quick. Yeah, but Pablo, do you congratulate your bus driver on slowing down for a speed bump? Right, so if you just joined us, guys, just to let you know that we've played BusBound today, or playing BusBound today. It launched today on Steam, Epic, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series S and X. The stream for the last couple of hours has been sponsored by Saber Interactive. They arranged for a couple of devs of the game to join us, so we chatted to them for like well over an hour. If you want to listen to that back, you can just wind the stream back over an hour, and a whole bunch of questions got asked and answered. We know a lot of things about the game now that we didn't know before. If you want to know what wheels and controls it works with. We do have a link to that page now. It's like a Steam post that they did, and the mods have that. But yeah, BusBound all day. Well, that's the other thing. Why, in order to get 10 gig, I need to put a 10 gig PCIe card in my NAS drive, because the ports only support 1 gig. The heck, man? What kind of drive is that? Amazing skill. Do you hear that? That's what my passengers think of my driving. Amazing skill. So multiplayer, you can do multiplayer up to 4. One person has to host it, and you do see each other on the map. And also the host, when they're editing the line, the other players can see the line edits. So you can kind of discuss networking, setting up the networks. Because you can see what they're editing, which is lovely. How much storage does a NAS drive have? 35 terabytes. And the other one has 12 terabytes, I think. Well, I can get a 10 gig NAS card for the NAS drive for £200. Yeah, I've got 8 drives in a RAID configuration, so they can easily cope with 10 gigabits. J-Random, that didn't come up as a question. Yeah, with the RAID included. And I've got a spare drive in the drawer, should one fail. Hey, you've upgraded it. Why do you want a NAS drive, Pups?
Whoop whoop 41 months.
Nice. We've unlocked the Excelsior 60-foot Charge NG and the Diplodocus Universal Pack and a drive modifier. Panda Street's taking ages.
The culture district, suffocated by traffic, crowded by parking spaces, with little place to flourish. All of those have changed of late, when public transit has started to become a thing in our city. Belvedere can finally grow, and it's such a joy to see it flourish. We love Emberville.
How much space do you need, Pups? It's interesting, when you unlock a bus, it immediately puts you in the bus. Electric Bendy.
Happy bus trip.
Thank you, Jagus. Coffee Queen. It's the Bomb Museum. You have a 2 terabyte hard drive that I plug into the dock now and then back stuff up to. Yeah, but how big a NAS drive do you want, is what I'm saying. The root creation, I have got myself in a mess with it, but I think I understand what's going on now.
Oh, I felt that right to my core.
They didn't like that.
I wonder if they have more dinosaurs in the museum.
It's very dark and misty. 4 terabytes to start with would be pretty nice. You could do that quite cheaply, pups.
Belvedere Station.
This is the founder of our city, Florence Belvedere Wright.
Wow, Jace, you're brave.
Look at that dinosaur.
This new bus terminal looks fantastic. What a change.
Wow, she's suddenly very enthusiastic. Actually, Jace, RAID 0 is worse than no safe data. RAID 0 is basically doubling the risk. No, Navarine. The strings. 0%. Open the Nexus Bridge. Collect all Panda Street on line 101. Let's have a look. Panda Street's here. Can I basically take my boost line? Wait, that's on 0 of 100. How is that on 0? Subnautica 2 early access for 2 weeks. I wonder what the quickest way to unlock Panda Street is. Let's try that. Do that in the bendy. Use the drive modifiers on the route at the start of the journey. Oh, I just read that. I forgot about that one. Look at the wheel covers. Maybe have a long bus route taking in all stops in the way. I'm limited to how far we can go until we unlock that bridge. And then we can go to the other side of the river. Panda Street. First line of stop doesn't get the thumbs up because people never deliver to it. Well, you do at the end. Because because the first stop is also the last stop, so at the end it should deliver passengers to it. No, Sam, there's no tickets. There's no checking of tickets. There's no buying or selling tickets. What the? That was weird. Uh-oh. Now in the wrong lane. They gave a thumbs up regardless. Amazing. I am not using a steering wheel now. Curb alignment, okay. Ow. Yeah, well, the bus drivers don't care about the bus, do they? Hey, Blue Army, how you doing? What did the mic do to me? Got in my way. Stop at signs like a pro. Awesome, we get to drive in the bus lane. Do you know what? I've not seen anybody cross the pedestrian crossings yet. Current stop, Dorms. It is a bendy bus. Literally as I said that. That's amazing timing. That's the first time anybody's crossed that, just as I say it. Incredible. Let me get the speed bump bonus.
Very pleasant driving.
Right, next time you're on a bus and your driver goes over a speed bump like that, just shout that out. Very pleasant driving. And when they stop at a traffic light or a stop sign, be sure to call that out as well. Stop like a pro! It's like clapping when you... Do people still do that? Do people still clap when the plane lands? I know it used to be a thing.
Long time watcher, been watching about 11 years now I think. I sub when I can. Thanks Paul for the years and many more to come. You've got me into so many games over the years. Just recently bought a Fanatec steering wheel, the DD Pro. Into the racing scene at the minute.
The best thing is about that, Moxie, it cut you off when your message said, anyway, I'm blabbing on. Thanks again. It's like even text-to-speech went, yeah, you're blabbing on. Thank you for 23 months. I must admit, on the far left where the little indicate the windscreen wiper symbol's doing this, and it's going like twice as quick as the windscreen wipers. I hope they put them in sync one day. Yeah, because like the wiper's doing this, and the wiper on the screen's going. So it's doing this. And one's going 2 to 3 times as quick as the other. Oh. Emberville's nearly done. We need to use these modifiers, don't we? %46% on Panda Street. That's terrible. Is Panda Street the one we need for the bridge? Open the Nexus Bridge. Which is the Nexus Bridge? That one. So that's opening that's going to give us access, presumably, to something here. We need to get a load of passengers to Panda Street. For gallery. Earn the badge on the Bone Museum to get that one. That's this one. So for Gold Star, this one, we unlock that. That one's earned from Ember, which is almost done if I remember. Emberville Arena's got none on it. There you go. Emberville Industrial Park needs 8 packs on it. Don't care about that yet. This one I wouldn't mind. %25% more passengers boarding at Ash Tree. Which one's Ash? This is Ash Tree here. So if you get that unlocked, you get more passengers here. Ash Grove Road. And the badge on Dawns, which is that one. So that would be a really good one to get, because that opens Hendricks Bridge, which is the strings. So I think this one's a massive focus. If we get rid of that in there. Oh, I see a problem with that. Well, it loops you back. Otherwise you could do that. Actually, I'm not fussed about that one. Modifiers. Let's go with the electric 40-footer. No navigation arrows. Ooh. Cockpit camera only, no dashboard info on HUD. Wait a minute. Straight to positioning bus stops. We can take that one. Cockpit camera only. No dashboard information on the HUD. Okay. I'm not doing that one. I don't feel like I know the map well enough yet. I reckon it might be possible with ChatNav. I'm sure you guys will know the route. Yeah, can confirm. I do not have access to the external camera now. Are they not getting on board because I'm not close enough? I've never known passengers not get on board because you're too far away. Bus driver would be like, I don't care. I refuse to get on board. That's too far away from the curb. I've had people try to board my bus while I'm on the inside lane of a 2-lane intersection. Not having any HUD information is definitely interesting. All these 20-mile-an-hour zones.
Thank you for a lovely century. I'm looking forward to the next.
Treble, thank you very much for 100 months. It's greatly appreciated and well done on getting there. Did anybody get off then? Wait, why am I suddenly 2 minutes late? That doesn't make any sense. You messed up the position in the stop didn't count. Are you kidding me? Oh no. Is it going to loop me back round then? Well, that's just messed this up, hasn't it?
How inconsiderate. We're all going to be late.
Oh no. You're late for your nail appointment. Get closer to the... What? Get closer to the bus stop sign. Are you actually for real? It wants me nearer to this sign. How's that? Wow. What's going on? Okay, well, we messed that one up. It's that basketball on the curb then. There we go. Yeah, it's agreeable loaf. Oh, that nearly pinged her at 250 though. There is definitely something weird going on about when the bus is close to the curb. It kind of thinks you're hitting it constantly. Yeah, if I'd have turned the navigation off, I'd have got completely lost. Oops. I may have just given him a NASCAR kiss. It's just drafting. Why do I feel like the traffic's stuck? It is stuck. That van is stuck behind the ambulance. Bro. What? That's so bizarre. Oh, it's Panda Street as well. I'm glad I don't have to pay for damage. I did select the modifier for... Look what you just did to me, Andy. That's on you. There we go. Perfect. Oh my god, that was challenging.
How much is the tickets for the bus route?
It's free, Noel. You can travel for free. %80 done on the Nexus Bridge. Right, well that just helped massively because that boosted these two. Panda Street is a big one to get. And Dorms is almost done, so we should get the Hendrix Bridge opened very shortly. It feels like that one's a bit of a longer play. Wait, why didn't that unlock anymore? That's still on 0. It's just leveled up. Are these two not able to go up anymore now? Or did they just level? I feel like we do that line but in reverse. I'm going to go with this. I like this bus. Although it only carries 3436. We'll go with that. I'll leave those two on again. We'll try that again. I think after you get a star... One sec. They collect additional thumbs for extra bonuses. Panda Street. Everyone just notice you can open the window. Pitt, thank you for
I shall
111
enjoy
months.
my month in the exclusive and elusive 111 club. Sklo hype.
Next stop, 222 Club. The annoying thing about this is I can't actually see third person, so I can't see why they're waiting. But I know it's going to be something stupid, and it is. Oh, that was a nice boost for Panda Street. That's my next goal, 222 months old with Prime. Oh no, it's crazy traffic again. Oh, it's always these truck drivers, isn't it? Look, causing the problems. Just leaving the trailer on the road. I'd never do anything like that. Wait, that guy just indicated went right on red from this lane. Is he allowed to do that? I thought it was the right-hand lane for that. I'm alright, Frankenstein. As long as the lane is marked as a turn, it's fine. Was it marked? That's Dorm's level up. Phoenix High. Whoa, bro, can you get out of the road? That guy was just stood in the road. Ooh. Bus mastery complete. I think that's for this bus, isn't it? I think we're in the clean diesel. That looks like a Rivian. What just went past then? Do you have a preferred type of bus? Yep. The 1960s one. It's the best one. The gallons per mile one. Yeah, but we're not paying for the diesel, are we? So we don't care. Oh, there you go. That's leveling up now. Nice. I'm alright, gaming TV, thank you. There you go. That was the clean diesel. Excelsior. We've now collected everything for that one, so we've mastered that particular bus. Dorms is done. Ash Grove is unlocked. Hall of Fame is unlocked. Does that mean the bridge is open now? Or was that still a bit more? I think Panda Street's just got one more thing left. Yeah, look, we've got the bus. We've got the bridge. Woo! So now we could do a run that goes Panda Street, Hall of Fame exhibition. Which one's there? Yeah, that doesn't help us to get Panda Street though. Edit line.
Let me update the website and we're good to go.
She's so enthusiastic. Get rid of those two. That one needs working on. How do you do this then? Oh, that's interesting. I don't want to come back that way. I guess we'll have to have a waypoint. Oh, rip. Frankenstein, thank you for 5 subs. Gifted. the hell's wrong with this? I want it to go here, and then I want it to go here, but I want it to go via here. Thank you. And then back to here. We could pick that one up while we're there, I suppose. How much effort is that? Yeah, we'll do that. Thanks, Frankenstein. If you just got a sub, please give a big thank you. You have returned crisps. With or without crisps. Apply. Okay, this is a bit of a longer journey now. That's actually got new unlocks for it. End 5 drives with a 6 times multiplier or higher. End 5 drives, 5 plus bus stops with a 6 times multiplier or higher. Achieve 25 perfect positionings and 8 drives with a score of 75 likes. It's still doable. All these people are out in the rain, don't have a coat on. Have you noticed? Like they get on in t-shirts and a short and umbrellas. It's kind of weird. I tell you what, there's no traffic. Look at this. I remember this stop. This was the one I messed up last time. Speed bump? Barely felt it. What setting do you have in BusBound? What do you mean, Scorpion? What setting do I have? You can adjust the camera position, yeah. I remember seeing it in the controls. I think it was numeric keypad by default to move the camera forward and backwards and stuff. Bus stop on a hill, look at this. Outrageous. Yes, Scrubs, I've played quite a few of them. He'll start. Hack Tank, thank you for 83.
School high.
I know, Jace. I am aware. It's going to be difficult picking my Super Brew. It's been so long since everybody raced. The good thing about the race this weekend is the stream is quite stream time compatible. Hey, Fro. Breaking records and laws. I think I was speeding. Do we think that I Member Village nods the game coming out of early access soon? I don't think so. Real life law should include safe speeding. Wait, how does that work? What's safe speeding? It's got a good retarder on it, this thing. New drivers are often taught they should go the speed of the traffic, even if the traffic's going faster than the speed limit. Right. Nice and close. I tell you what, he accelerated quickly, that van. If you crash, you just get dislikes. It's all about this stuff here, next to me. Customer ratings. Here's quite literally a social bus. $77, nice. Yeah, you've got, Gastus, you've got to level up individual stops by bringing passengers to them. And then individual stops have different unlocks. So some of them might unlock a bus, others might unlock a bridge, others might unlock the district. And then each bus has its own kind of unlocks as well, so you need to drive the buses more to get the unlocks on them. And then you basically upgrade the districts, which then adds more stops. Yeah, that's kind of like the progression matrix. See you later, Frankenstein. Have a good dinner. You must check in for tickets. Thing is, like, I've seen different bus games do it differently. Like, they chose in this game not to do it at all. You've got other games where they'll ask you for a ticket, you've got to work out the charge, or it'll tell you the charge, and then they'll tender some cash, or they'll pay electronically. Sometimes you can give them wrong change. Other times it's like you scan their ticket with a device and then tell them if they're on the wrong bus. It's just different ways of doing it. Some people hate checking tickets and giving out cash. Other people love it. There you go. Achieve 25 perfect positions, just on at least 5 of them. So that's like leveled up those a little bit now towards their goal. Oh, that nearly did that one. Panda's done. Finally, Panda's done. So that's unlocked Cinder Hotel. Which we can't do until we get that bridge open, I don't think. Remember last time you streamed this for the devs? That was October last year, I think. They said in this Emberville, all buses are free travel, which is why you get the social system. Correct. Stats. Bonnie's fine. Absolutely fine. That was Wright Crossing. Unlock Campbell Hotel. And the Star Badge and the Hall of Fame. Oh, it's nearly done. So if you get that one there, right, Hall of Fame, that then unlocks this one. And then if you get this one, that then unlocks the bridge. But there's also a bridge down here, which you can get by unlocking Belvedere Station, which is this one here, which is not that far away. Let's see if we can edit our line again. So we don't need Panda anymore. We don't need that one necessarily. I kind of like to keep that going. We need to do this one more time to get this one. But we could just do that with a different route. We don't need to do this. Take that out of there. It's alright. Yeah, Jace. Apply that. And then there's a route that it gave us back here. Which one was it? That one. We'll just do that just to ding this Hall of Fame. Jace, the devs were on early, they talked about that stuff. Bump. Turn right and red. Why does it feel like we've gone round in a massive circle? Like we literally just started here. Did I just forget to pick this up? I think I must have missed this stop. I'm sure it didn't highlight that when I first set off. That's weird. Vexy, thank you very much for 66 months. That was bad. See you, Stimpy. I don't like the way this guy's just stood in my personal space here. I find that a bit intimidating. Can you sit down, please, sir?
Goodness.
Wow. I got a lot of red. They say you cut the course. Got a 4x for that. What's with the bike on the front? Bro, get on or get off, I don't care, just move. Some buses have bike carriers on the front, so you can put your bike on the front of the bus and then travel on the bus. Get off, take your bike. I'm using controller, truly, it's absolutely fine. I have to say the map's got a lot of detail to it. Every review has a wheel. They did say, Admiral, I don't think there's any plans to get eye tracking or head tracking. But it does have super widescreen support, and he said it will work with triple screens if you do a bit of editing of the config file. Oh my god. Reading chat again. It's not on Xbox Series X or S, what I'm playing on. It's available on those platforms. Beercraft. Hey, that guy didn't stop at the stop sign. Do you see that? He just blasted straight through it. Realism. Where's a cop when you need one? Look at that parking, that's amazing. That is realism. Feels like I've gone awfully fast. Actually, we're doing 30 miles per hour right now. Whoops. He was in my blind spot. Another stop leveled. Dorms. Might as well use the bus lane. You're done with getting digital games. What are you going to buy? Analog games. Woo! Right, it's a couple of stops done. Going back to MS-DOS. Nice. That's unlocked Campbell Hotel. That will have unlocked stop down here. That one. Ka-ching. You play abandonware. Blimey. Oh, it's a night time. Right, what was on the boost? Let's look at this again.
I'll let the public know immediately.
We could cross this bridge now and pick these 2 stops up. We don't need to do that one now. I'd still like to do that. But it's not necessary at the moment. What if we go here? Really, game? Can't we just add a waypoint here somewhere? Wait, what? Is this bridge open? The heck? Maybe that bridge isn't open yet. This looks like it's open to me because it doesn't have a symbol on it. So why won't it route across there then? It's a one-way road. Is that what it is? So that... Wait, no, it can't be. Look at that lane. That can't be a one-way road. Why would you have a lane coming from the right side here onto this if it was a one-way? Doesn't make any sense. I think that's more likely. Ah, that's what it is. Look, it's a flyover. It's not a one-way. It flies over Jefferson Street. That's the issue. So instead we could pick that up. I know what we can do. Oh no, we can't because this is not... Let's focus on getting this bridge. Giraldo Bridge. Belvedere Station, which is that one. Let's get rid of these. SAS University campus? Wait, what? I didn't know the SAS went to university. That's impressive. It's Hereford. This is awkward, isn't it? We just create a shuttle over here.
We're getting the network up and running.
What if we do that? Would that bring people to this one? At least it gave us something new to drive. I'm not driving it in that vehicle. Oh, we're doing that in the little electric bus. Right, I'm just going to nip for a very quick bio break. I shall BRB. It's back. There you go. Okay, continue. This is like driving a car, this one. The Latenda.
Santa Hotels.
I like the way it's got some built-in cameras though. It's almost like got a little phone tablet display. Jeez, that is a big junction to jump across.
Woo.
Thank you, Fuzzball. Thank you for 94. Woo! I like the little wood dash trim going on. Whoa, what the heck was that brake test? What's this? He just slammed on. He's got like a car space in front of him. And he's sat on a pedestrian crossing. I forgot this thing sticks out at the front. We've seen this before. The AI stops for some like random incident and never overtakes. Hall of Fame. What? This is Spina was doing then. Hello, Bonbon.
Oh, buddy.
And the passengers go, eee. The bus has a crab walk feature. What, in the game or in real life? Master of the speed bump, new email signature. That might be the last stop. Aha! Hall of Fame's unlocked. Or it might not.
Capital Hotels.
Dreamer. Is that supposed to say Dreamer, that registration plate? Never late. Look at that other plate. Never late. I love that. Oh man, nobody gives way to the bus, do they? Nearly got 350. That's a fun little run, that one. Nearly got on that unlocked. 6.5 minutes. And we nearly got 2 stations done. It specifically wants me to do Belvedere. See, has it come up with that? I don't remember designing that, unless I messed with it and broke it. Because, like, are you allowed to drive a shuttle point to point? Or does it always have to loop back? Because you don't need Panda Street. Cinder exhibition line. Why are these stops all facing the wrong way? The heck? Okay, I can't get rid of that now. It's just broken. Keeps wanting to come back this way.
We're getting the network up and running.
Might as well take that one. There you go. That is quite a big loop. Let's apply that. She's talking like the beaver in Timberwolf. Right, which bus do we want? Quite a big bus for this one. Let's take the bendy. Where is it? Let's take the bendy out. That there looks like St. Paul's Cathedral. When you switch bus, you've got to get used to the width of it again. Yeah, the swing of it is quite substantial. Curb alignment okay. Acceptable.
Belvedere Station.
Do you see that guy's wheels then? What the heck was that? What does that say? Something honking. Keep honking. This junction is too big. Wait, what? I did not jump a red light. My bus was through that on amber. That's insane. They don't take into account the fact you've got a long bus, that's the problem. Amber's not stop. Amber's stop if it's safe to stop. It was safer for me to continue. Amber's the new green, yeah. Oh, we're going around this stupid junction again. Bet you're happy, aren't you? I've been trying to keep up with the snooker, Luke, yeah. Passenger lights. Why do I get the feeling that this junction's now broken? Peter, I'd say Simcade. Like, it's the fun end of Sim.
hotels.
Oh, that's unreal stutters. Oh, this is the bridge. This is the one that we couldn't work out why we couldn't come back across it. It's a very harsh lane closure. What exactly is snooker? Blimey. It's not a light pool. It's just a new part of town we've not been to. Well, China seems to be adopting it quite a lot, Captain Flint. A lot of Chinese players now. What do you mean it's not like pool? The rules are different, it's pretty similar. It's like ping pong versus table tennis. No, it's not. Like, the only thing they have in common is 6 pockets, balls, and a cue. Everything else is different. Like, the table size is different, the pocket size is different, the rules are different, the number of balls is different, the size of the balls is different. Move, bro. Masterful work.
Good evening, Paul. How are you doing? Screw Hive.
Mr. Target, thank you for 33 months. Pool's a skill game. What, as opposed to snooker? Mate, pool is way easier than snooker. Come on, move. No, well, it has more in common with billiards than pool because at least the table size is the same and the balls are the same, but the rules are very different, as is the number of balls. It is an awful junction, and there's more than one junction like that. It's just plain awful. hotel.
Hall of Fame.
Bruce, thank you for 64 months.
Hello, please don't drive us into the river, like that poor student bus driver did this morning in Paris. Cheese.
Wait,
Also,
what?
Happy belated birthday.
I didn't hear
Birthday
about
cake
this.
Emoji.
I didn't hear about this. I have to ask the question, Bruce. Is oh god, is everybody okay? You went through on raid. I like how they basically mentioned it a minute later. That's actually true, Pete. I've not seen another bus either. Need to do multiplayer. I'll have to research more about this foreign to me sport. Okay. WEMB Live. Oh god, that stop is terrible. Like, you come over the top of that hill, and you're going down, and it goes, there's a stop there. Nah, I haven't been to the Crucible for a couple of years now. To be honest, like, the leg room at the Crucible is just not fun. I love the Crucible, but the seating is very uncomfortable. For somebody my size, anyway. Dude! The heck? What on earth? They need to work on these, like, when they get little roadblocks, the AI just goes completely nuts. Look, that's what caused that. They stop 50 meters from it and they don't ever move. Insurance job here. Big Bad Bod, I think 58. Strikeman, thank you so very much for 100 months, triple digit hype. Thank you. Stay there, bro. They're all sat down, Rome. I've never seen the bus packed either. Maybe you get that later game when you get more passengers. Yep, another ton. Ton up. No room. I've worked out you can tell when you're on the last stop because the last stop has no passengers. Ooh, we've unlocked some stuff. Oh, that was nearly done then. One additional line. Open Rights Crossing Bridge. That's quite a bit of stuff then. She's got the boss, a pretty good game. Oh, the boss, right. No, it's not Deer Valley, it's BusBound, Matthias. Different vehicles. Yeah, boy, we've got all the bridges unlocked now, I think. This one, this one, this one, and this one. All the bridges. Vicinity lighting, what's that? No, it's just like Deer Valley Legal. Just like snooker and pool, really. Famed bus color palette. What the heck is that?
Why was the bus driver always calm? Because he knew how to stay in his lane.
Thank you, Lieutenant Dan. Thank you, 52. We've got to stop down here now. 25% more packs. See that at Peat Mart? +1 multiplier at the start of the drive. We need to get that. I'm glad you recognised, Lieutenant Dan, that that was in fact a terrible joke. Glacial bus top layer, don't care about them. Which do we critically need? New bus stop, that's quite important, and that's nearly done. Maybe we can bolt these two on. How can we get that way? There we go. That's nice. That should hit the spot. That's 6 out of 12. Yeah, because we've got 3 modifiers that we don't... No, sorry. 4 modifiers we don't know about yet. Right, what have we not driven much of? Oh, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to do that. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I like this bus so much. Oh, foggy. Funny, my feed doesn't kick when you're live. Makes me mad at YouTube. Been sub for so many years, TRS. What you can do, TRS, if you want to, if you've got Discord, you can join our Discord server, and then
Very pleasant driving.
there's a notifications channel which lets you know when I go live. So you can just subscribe, basically follow the Discord channel. You don't have to say anything. In fact, you can't unless you're subbed anyway. But you can get notified that way. You just set an alert on it. And it posts when I post a video or when I go live. You can just get the event that way. Why is there like graffiti all over the floor? Oh, there go the alloys. So apparently, I curbed all the alloys, but I'm still miles away. Amazing. What? Get closer to the bus stop sign? How could it be any closer? Look how far... It's literally there. You've got to be kidding me. Is that close enough? There we go. That's close enough. Curb the alloys next to the bus stop sign.
Bus drivers have the hardest job in the world. Scaroful, thank you, Mr. Squirrel Scrove.
Auburn, thank you for 34. That stop was a nightmare. Oh, he's blocking me. Look at this. Bro, go back and look at the stream. The sign was blocked by my A-pillar. That's how close I was. Like, I was in line with it. 1 FPS. Well, I've got... In 4K, I've got 50 FPS. But I'm on DLNA, so... I'm not scaling or frame genning. So that's miles off. If I put frame gen on, I can get 120, no problem. It's very well optimized, I will say that. Get close to the bus stop sign. Okay. How about that? This is actually having a laugh now, isn't it? Oh, Dave. Not sure, Dave.
Bomb museum.
We're going to the bomb museum. Nobody saw what, Bruce? I didn't see anything. Look at that mirror. That's a proper mirror, that is. Not SL. Come on. This taxi driver's just doing my head in. It was a taxi that trolled me a minute ago. Oh, I don't mind the fog. The Bomb Museum. Done. Just winded the AI up. I tell you what I've not had since the start of the stream, the thunder. And the weird thing, when we had it, the thunder was in the distance, it wasn't thundering where we were. The heck? Yeah, but the thing is, Marcel, is like, when you say simulator, that's a spectrum, isn't it? There's everything from like arcade all the way up to hyper realistic, and then everything in between. And when you look at a game, you've got to decide if it's the kind of sim for you. I don't know what you mean, Savage. The sponsored segment of the stream was early today. This is no longer sponsored. I'm playing this because I want to. Faster than my Wi-Fi? Playing for fun? Insane. How dare you play a game for fun? Oh, not again. Am I just too far away from the curb? Is that what it is? No, it's clearly not that. Perfect. Do you see that, blokes? Whoa! Will Horton, we've already discussed the whole ticketing thing last October and today's stream. They made a deliberate choice not to do it for gameplay reasons. Like, if you want to bust them with ticketing, this is not for you. Because it doesn't have ticketing. Geraldo Opera House. Lol, BMI. You can't have a game that pleases everyone. Absolutely true. No, Dave, there's loads of people that don't like Factorio. They'd rather play Satisfactory. That's completely true. Let me edit this. Collect all likes for right statue on the 5 line. Which is right statue? That one. So I really want these two because they give us the multipliers. YouTube chat is not showing on the overlay. Do you know why, Snowy? Because it's against Twitch terms of service to show YouTube chat on my stream. So I can't show it. Oh, we don't need that one. Don't need that now. Swap it for that one. Get rid of that. Go to that. Loop back to that one. Got stuff we're going to do over here at some point. Let's flip that one. Hydrogen. Not drove the Sigma since the start of the game. But then if I drove that one, I could unlock that. We'll do that. Fog again? Okay. Get close to the curb. It is difficult when it... So, the problem with this stop is they give you a curve and then they don't give you a curb that you can swing over. So you can't... Like, in a bus... You see the problem here? In a real bus, you can swing the front part of the bus over the curb and you can't do it. And then they put a bend just before this thing, so you can't actually align yourself properly. Because it won't let you swing the front bit over, so you can then straighten up and be where you need to be. Yeah, the AI freaks out. And also, when you are curbed, it like constantly goes bang, 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 and then the AI hates that. It's not a skill issue, illegal. It's actually a thing. Like, it doesn't let you overswing the front of the bus.
$11 nutters.
A terabyte. Thank you for 11 months, you nutter. Doo-doo. See you long. Wait. And also it changes from bus to bus. Electric single-decker bus has much more torque. I want to get to the double-decker on this. I don't know if America has any double-deckers. Maybe they have one or two as a tourist bus. Whoa. The front of the bus just beached on that hill? Flippin' heck. Whoops. Yeah, it's the same hitbox, Al Phillips, that causes the problem with the curb. I don't think I've been on this bit of road before. Blimey. That was like the flyover that used to be the Army and Navy. One more question. What do you like about this game, or what don't you like? I think it's a well-optimized map. I wish the map was bigger. Well, that's obviously a ton of work. The map you've got is good. I guess I'd like them to add some more realism options if you want to do it, you know? A bit more clicking the switches type stuff. Like cold and dark startup. I know you can start in the depot, but you can't get out the bus either. That would be nice. It's more like a wish list than things I don't actually like. Yeah, I'll probably change the title now. I'm no longer chatting with the devs. I'll just change that. There you go. The only downside is the VOD won't say that I'm chatting with devs. But at least it won't confuse viewers.
Watch the road.
Wow, aggressive passengers. Watch the road, you schmuck. This guy's got no lights on. You can't even see him. Do you know what? I'm just going to go. I'm already late. Did I miss a bus stop? Because I feel like I did. Normally when you're like 90 seconds late, it usually means you've missed a stop. I took a wrong turn. There we go. Let me go, let me go, let me go. Oh. I'm not going to get a very good rating on this one, am I?
Excuse me, can we hurry up?
The funny thing is, if I break the speed limit to try and get them there on time, they complain about me breaking the speed limit. And that I'm late. The good thing is, if you mess up on a stop, it kind of resets it on the next one. Like, if you was playing OMSI and you're 30 seconds late, you're then 30 seconds late on the whole schedule. And it very quickly gets out of control. Oh, come on. Get close to the stop. Is that acceptable? Well, it's a real pity there's no successor to OMSI. But it's just too old now. You know, in the UK, we have no warning about there being a bump. There's just a bump in the road. Like, if you're not paying attention, you'll just hit it. But here it says bump in big letters. Yeah, like, the thing about OMSI as well was, you'd often get things, like, completely in German. Oh, God. Like all the, come on. All the station names, and then all, like, the writing, all the buttons on the screen, everything will just be in German. And there's no instructions for how to program it. So yeah, the barrier to entry could be quite high. The heck is this? There you go. There's another one of those curving away stops. Bump warnings are called potholes. No, they're negative bumps. They're the opposite of a bump. Tuner's Fork. Right, we've done that one. We've unlocked a multiplier. We've nearly unlocked that multiplier. We need to grind that again, preferably in the daylight. Here in Finland, there has to be traffic signs about bumps by law. Is that because, like... It's kind of weird that, because the driver should be paying attention to the road. Like, if you're not looking at the road surface... Let's try flipping it. I might go for a shorter bus with all these annoying stops. That's probably not got the capacity. Let's bring the electric out. I don't know, Crypto. Well, this is the thing, like, if the speed bump signs faded,
Right statue.
isn't that against the law? Like, if it's the law that you have to have a sign that says bump when there's a bump, and then that sign fades, and you as a driver drive over a bump that you didn't see a sign for, you can legitimately sue somebody for there being no bump sign because it's against the law, right? Or it gets a bit messy. The signs are road signs, not just painted lines in the bump. Ah. I think it's nobody reads road signs, do they? Especially the ones with numbers on it. District is now ready to upgrade. That guy almost sounded so... Thanks! That's beautiful. Well done. Thanks for that. That's just so awesome. That guy just went, yeah! I think he's the most uninteresting yeah you've ever heard. Oof. Oh, I reckon we can go in that lane. No, I reckon we can't go in that lane. Hey. We'll be fine. Go on. There you go. See? Works every time. I think you can turn the interior lights on. Yeah, there's a switch down the left. What the heck was that? Did you see that? Somebody clip that. That was amazing. That's one way to change lanes. That was genius. I reckon it hit the bridge support and it just pinged it like sideways. Like I'm 50 seconds behind again. are we doing? Near side to near side? Offside to offside? Oh. I feel like I've been down this bit of road quite a few times. I'm not even sure why we went that way. Listen, if you want to live near a museum, L. Phillips, you get what's coming to you. 4G TVR. This guy's got a disabled badge. Look at the time. 70 seconds late. I don't trust this car in front of me. Just noticed watching Captain Flint clip, the bottom of the bridge has no texture. There's definitely a map error there somewhere.
I wouldn't consider it. We're all going to be late.
You're 30 seconds late. Amazing. How inconsiderate of me. How inconsiderate of me to obey traffic law. Ooh, what's this? Sparkfest.
Santa Hotels.
Yeah, more than that, Al Phillips. In fact, on the trains, the train schedule they give you isn't even the real one. They have their own.
Jefferson Street.
I feel like I'm losing FPS all of a sudden. I wonder if a game restart might help.
Ooh, very pleasant driving.
I'm glad you approve. Oh! I thought that was a right turn. Get close to the sign. Reef. There's no way that hitbox is right. No way. Get close to the bus stop sign. It's literally there. How can I get any closer? That's just odd. Jefferson Street unlocked. Earned a badge in the strings. District upgrade ready. Nice. What kind of bus sim are you looking for, Danny? Let's start with that. Yeah, I'm fully aware of the stricter parking simulator in this game. Fully aware of that. Don't have a problem with turning it on. The problem I have, I think, is more to do with the hitboxes. Tuner's Fork's done. Right statue's done. That's another multiplier. That's halfway. That's done. That's another bus stop. That's another multiplier. So we should have 5 of the 6 multipliers now. Now we can also make some upgrades. So we can upgrade this district.
Wright's Crossing. Everyone can remember this traffic clog nightmare. Emberville's historical time sink. However, lately it's started to transform, and for the better. It's time to take stock of these changes. The district has been rescued from oppressive traffic and given back to the people. We can finally rejoice.
Celebration Tour. Check out the district changes, drive the new bus, check out the new customization. We've got +2 max multiplier, and we've now got the classic 30-foot CNG. Let's go. Rejoice. This sounds like a diesel. Yeah, I think Chris won't be happy though, Crisps. It's not coal powered. Or like the wine. Yeah, it depends how sim you want it though, Danny. That's very true.
Right statue.
Yeah. A+ speed bump etiquette.
I'm so glad Mega Value left and the people got their market back.
Interesting bell. Well, a bus game that doesn't take less than 10 hours to complete. So what the dev said was it should take you about 24 hours to complete, and then there's like an endless mode that you can just drive around. And then there's like 4 DLC drops this year, I think they said. I like these cobbled roads. Well, brick roads. Alex, what do you mean by welcome back to sim games? Oh, hello. Spicy. I'm bigger than you. Law of the jungle. It was a long time, was it? Just random passenger statement. Oh, that's intriguing. Doesn't tell you what he's talking about or looking at. Just that's intriguing. Yes, I think so. Simrace. The dev did mention this. I think he said if you get the deluxe edition, you get the DLCs. And there was like a pre-order thing as well. There are 2 points of view. There's the first person and then like a third person, but I've got third person off because of a multiplier I've got enabled. So you can make it more difficult for yourself with multipliers, but then you progress quicker. But one of them is to remove the third person camera. I quite like that CNG. Upgrade district.
The Strings, a shadow of its former glory, a bright gem, Emberville's shiny jewel, buried in traffic, dangerous and hard to access on foot, plagued by parking issues. But the tide is finally turning. The Strings goes back to its roots, the emotional center of the city. Let the music be heard once more, tugging at the strings of our hearts.
What's the new bus then? We've unlocked a new bendy.
You like jazz?
Do you like jazz? we're going to get a red thing now. And now... No. They've not penalised me for going through a red light. I'm not convinced, Nick. It had a weird arrow, but I think it was correct. I don't like this 25-mile limit. So, they mentioned mods. The mod kit is available to download now. And you can do liveries for it, and what was the other thing? You can do mod liveries, and you can do mod... Oh, what was it now? Anybody remember what you said? Radio, that was it. You can make your own radio channels so you can put together your own music. But you can't do like modded buses or modded maps yet. $20 miles an hour. Feels like walking. Reading chat hype. This is not going to work out very well. Hey. Celebration tour complete. Diesel 60-footer. How many buses have we got now? Oh, that's nearly done, that one. Look at that. The Hall of Fame gives you another line, a new bus stop per line, and then a whole bunch of layers. Let's have a look in the garage. All of 19. 10. We've got 10. We've got 10 of the buses. That was the last one. So the next one is the Lightning, which is that would be quite useful, that one. And then we get the double-decker after that. So those two. Then we get the big boy stuff. That looks fun. Fuel cell. What was that I saw pop up about upgrading something? Yeah, you get a hydrogen one at the start. Flipping out, look at that upgrade. Plus 7 additional bus stops per line. That is massive. Absolutely massive, that is. Open All Saints Bridge to get that one. Oh, is that one of these? Which one opens All Saints Bridge then? I don't even see the mission for that. I want to know what the famed bus color palette is. Let's have a look. That we need to be doing. Not massively fussed about that one. That one. Kind of like to get that. Oh, that's not. That's better. Right, we'll do this, and then that'll call it a night, I think. Electric 40-footer. I feel like the bendy bus is a bit too much. We'll do the CNG. Right, this will be the last drive this evening, I think. And it's foggy. And I'm starting sideways. Double-decker bus? Did you see that? Oh. I love that noise. Oh, give over. Are you? What? It says get closer, but it's not actually true what it's saying. Because that wasn't closer at all. It's a very musical part of town, isn't it? That was fine. Hall of Fame done. It's something like that, and it's kind of measuring the line of the bus stop compared to your bus, but it's not clear what it's after. Whoa! I am not getting in that queue. He just curbed his wheels. That guy stopped on the outside of the bend quite deliberately. That was a crash for cash claim. Is that if I stop here, that bus will surely hit me and I can put a claim in. Come on, get on. People who jump lanes. Yep. The best one's like on a motorway when a lane's closing and they just keep going all the way to the end, relying on somebody to let them in. And somebody always does. That's quite a big boost to that one. Yeah, but the highway code is not law. Like, traffic law is traffic law. The highway code is not traffic law. Like, the highway code will say things like, don't park opposite a junction, or don't park within 10 meters of a junction. But it doesn't matter, you can still do it. Oh, it does tend to be good advice. I don't disagree with that. But most people have never read the highway code since they first passed the test. I mean, have you? I've not. Last highway code I ever had was when I was doing my driving test. That was it. And it's been changed relentlessly since then. What is hilarious, I bet they still have the same stopping distances for cars, even though they were made back in the 60s, and car stopping distances are greatly improved since then. But I bet you they haven't changed them. Ooh.
Did we hit something?
Yes, the curb. Yeah, exactly, they all had drum brakes. They all had drum brakes and they could struggle to get to 70 miles an hour. 2G, thank you for 30 months. They're still the same. It's ridiculous. That didn't take very long to do all the basic challenges for the CMG. Nice. That one's done. That one's done. Halfway. Come on. There we go. If you can stop in a third of the distance with carbon ceramic brakes, you should be able to go 3 times as fast. Doesn't work that way, does it? Like, people's reaction times don't suddenly get better because they have carbon ceramic brakes. There's a minimum, like whenever they explain stopping distance, it's always like thinking time and then braking distance. Like that thinking time doesn't change. Anyway, right, I'm going to stop there, guys. Thank you so very much for watching. I was live, what, 2 o'clock today? So we've done 6 hours. We played it 6 hours. We're supposed to be about a third of the way through. Something like that. But yeah, thank you so very much to the devs for joining me earlier. And thank you to Saber Interactive for sponsoring a part of this stream today. I've enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun. I can see why some people, it's not their bag, like it doesn't have bus ticketing, that kind of thing. And it definitely aims for the more fun aspects than like serious sim aspects. So if you want a serious bus sim, like it's not that. If you're looking for a really accessible fun bus sim, then yes, it is that. So, you know, if you're thinking of getting it, just understand what kind of bus sim it is before you spend your money. But it is on Steam, it is on Epic, it is on PlayStation 5 and Xbox X and S. So yeah. Anyway, it's been fun. I'll probably play it again on Saturday. I'll be back Saturday 11. Happy there's no ticketing. I mean, each to their own, right? I kind of like the option, you know? But that's just me. Is there a difference between the two versions, just the buses? I think one contains the DLCs for the rest of the year, doesn't it? And the other one doesn't. And the two bonus buses, I think. I think that's the difference. But yeah, you can wind the stream back. Today's stream will be on Squirrel Plus tomorrow. So you can watch back the dev interviews and that kind of thing. But yeah, thank you for watching, guys. Thanks for all your support. And I shall see you on Saturday morning. Enjoy your Friday and enjoy the rest of your evening. Take it easy. Love you all. Good night.